Okay. Let me know if I sound weird because OBS decided to reset my sound settings as it likes to do. That's why I didn't say anything at the start there. I might sound insane right now because I'm not sure I set it up properly. Anyway, so I rushed through Ordeal Call 3 so we can finally do it on the alt account. Not starting soon. Is this where we're at now? That's mad if we don't have starting soon. Do you guys remember Black Screen Coon? Remember that? That was like 6 or 7 years ago or something. You sound green. Okay. So chat. Ordeal Call 3, having played it again on my alt account, is terrible. Every fight, they force a bunch of NPCs on you. I forgot it was that bad. That was awful. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, just fight after fight, they're just slapping 2 or 3 NPCs on your team. Oh, man, I'm glad that was... like, at least it's not super long, so at least there's that, but... Man, I did not enjoy that. The only fight I kind of like is the, Arcoade one. Other than that, they're all pretty bad. Yeah, freaking Lost Belt 6. Really bad about that. OC3. I don't remember if OC1 had a lot. I don't remember. I really hate that it's so common now. Infinity Nikki, that game, dude. Why Nikki, by the way, out of all the names? Why that one? And why are there 2 games named that? It's very strange. Come on, game. The last chunk of Ordeal Call 4 was kind of fun, though. I think the story here was pretty bleh. But, like, Mash Galahad stuff is fine. There's just no reason to connect it to all this freaking Megatron nonsense that they just pulled out of their ass. Yeah, I never liked the Force stuff. It's not good. Seems to defeat the purpose of the game, to me. Oh, chat. I saw this... So, earlier today, because I was doing Ordeal Call 3, I think I had just beat Kiara or something, and I wanted to see if I had made a video for that back in the day, just to see what I did. So, when trying to find my own videos, I found some guy that made a video about me in the time that I haven't been playing the game. So I was like, what the fuck? And this guy was like ranting that... And look, if someone doesn't like me, that's fine. But, like, they were so wrong. I was like, what the fuck? So they were saying, like, I don't like 3 stars. That I only use them for clout. Which, you know... Anyone that watched me play other games know that's obviously not the case. And then, like, I'm actually a whale. Like, I whale just as much as the other content creators. Which also is wrong. I mean, like, I've literally shown so many times when I'm rolling, right? Because it tells you if you're using paid SQ or free SQ, right? And, like, I can bring it up now. You know, all that SQ I've got is free. The game tells you, right? It's free SQ. And, like, this accusation comes up a lot, right, that I'm a whale. And it's really weird, because if you just look at my inventory and apply any level of critical thinking, it's obvious that I'm not. Because I don't have, like, a bunch of limited time, Gasha-only CEs limit broken. I don't. Right? I don't have them. But, yeah, I really don't know where that comes from. And, like, 1, I don't know why it would matter, and 2, it's such a weird thing. So, when I played classic World of Warcraft, right? The dark days. There was this guy, I still know this guy, actually, and we're friends, and for the most part, he's great. But there's this guy I played it with, that little shit that he is bought gold, right? And for those who don't know, that's against the rules, and what it is when you trade real life money, right, for somebody to give you in-game gold, right? It's cheating, right? And you can get banned for it and stuff. Actually, he has been banned for it before. But anyway, so this guy's bought gold, right? And because he's like insecure about it, he's always trying to drag other people down, right? He's always trying to be like, oh, you bought gold when they didn't. Or he's like, oh, you should buy gold, or blah, 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 all the time. He's just constantly trying to like, like with me specifically, he tries to act like I'm having to like try so hard to not buy gold. And I'm like, brother, it does never even cross my mind, right? I'm never tempted to buy gold. I don't give a shit, right? And I've noticed whales in a lot of these games, at least a lot of the vocal ones, are exactly like that, right? They've got like a chip on their shoulder because they've like spent, you know, tens of thousands of dollars on JPEGs that they got to bring everyone else down with them, right? It's crazy. It's because like if everyone else is like this, then I'm not doing something stupid, right? And it's like it kind of out, like with my friend, he's like so convinced himself that I have to like try to not buy gold. He can't accept that I don't even have the slightest desire to buy gold, right? And I think it's the same thing with a lot of whales. They just can't fathom that people don't give a fuck and they're not wanting to spend thousands of dollars on a fucking video game. Like, are you kidding me? Because it's happened so often with FGO specifically that people try to like drag me down and like, you're a massive fucking look, I did some GSSRs back in the day, right? And there was Edmund, but that's it. I mean, I've spent so little money on this game, and that was an incredibly long time ago. And I never, like, I haven't done a GSSR in like, you know, 5 years, 6 years or something. And at no point was I even like, man, I wish I could, right? No, I don't. It's so, who gives a fuck? But yeah, that was weird. Especially the part where he was like, I don't like 3 stars. I'm like, what are you talking about? I mean, look at all these grailed low stars I have here. I grailed Eric Bloodaxe. By the way, probably gonna be my Grand Berserker, by the way. But it's like, why the fuck, why would I fake this? That's such a weird thing to be like, yeah, I actually don't like 3 stars, but I'm just gonna pretend that I do. It's not my fault that Ricky's cooler than, you know, most of the 5 stars. Yeah, I think the fact that I have some units, like, I think people can't do math, right? I think it's because their willpower is so low, they cannot fathom getting a decent NP rank with free-to-play SQ, because they roll all the time. But, I mean, I will go outrageous amounts of time not rolling because I just don't care about anything that's rated up. And then when they finally rate something up like Achilles that I want, I'm able to get it like NP3 or something, right? And then sometimes over time, right, when they're rated up again and again, sometimes I've gotten, you know, like 2 or 3 of them to NP5, right? So like in 10 years, I got like 2 or 3 units to NP5. What a whale. But yeah, people see like, oh wow, this guy's got a few, you know, 5 stars at a decent NP rank. That must be a whale, because they roll like on every goddamn banner with their 30 SQ, and then they don't understand how you could get, you know, NP5 Gwaine or whatever. I don't care. Look, I have a few thoughts about whaling, right? If someone has the money, they can do whatever they want with it, right? But there are people that like don't have the money, right? And they spend money they really can't afford, and that is unhealthy, right? So I don't like glamorizing like whale culture. I think that's actually really bad for people. It's kind of like glamorizing gambling, right? And then you have people going to casinos that can't afford it. That kind of shit's bad, right? But there are plenty of people like Loss, you know, he makes good money. And from time to time, he, you know, throws some money to get his anime waifus, right? That's fine. I'm not mad about this, right? Now, I would prefer these games, like, monetize better. So, like, people could give these games money without whaling, right? Like, just, like, 15 bucks for a skin or whatever. Occasionally, you know, that would be nice. Boy, I want to tell you, card games, that's a gambling game right there. Like, holy fuck. I have no idea what this stage is. I think my least favorite thing in the game is when they do this. Because in this case, it's probably easy, but like that last fight in OC3, you basically guaranteed to fail it the first time you do it because there's no way for you to know what to bring. Right? Like just no way. And you know it's very specific at the end where you fight you have to fight all the random classes, and then you fight 2 moon cancers with break bars and a bunch of bullshit gimmicks. So you have to have like rulers for that or berserkers for that you're ready to protect and shit like that. But you're not gonna know, right? So you just waste your fucking time. Yeah, I really don't have much love for trading card games. You know, my brother likes them. And some of the gameplay is neat, right? Some of the card games out there have some neat gameplay, but I hate the business model. It's definitely worse than gacha games in my opinion. Well, I guess it depends, because you could buy cards secondhand in card games, and sometimes there are like very budgety decks. So you could get like a viable deck for like 20 bucks, 30 bucks, maybe 40 bucks. But I don't know, like FGO, you can very comfortably play without spending a penny, and it's like, it's not even a slight problem. I guess when in doubt, bring berserkers. I don't know why. This must be Ace's Karna. I don't know how that got on the team, but I guess we'll keep it. Who let that in? Oh man, yeah, 40k. That's like a hobby for rich people. Like, that shit's expensive, dude. There's always Qingong. Love this song though, it's so good. $40k is named that because you need 40k to get into it, Jesus. It is cool though, like I get why it's a fun hobby. Especially if you like the actual board game play as well, or tabletop part of it. Like if you like the collecting, the painting, and the gameplay, like that's cool. But yeah, holy shit, it's expensive. Chat, I remember grailing him years ago. Never regretted it. But when I did grail him all those years ago, I did it expecting that he would get an animation update. Because back then, they were kind of regularly going through all the day one servants. And then, I don't know, 4 years ago now, because we're really old, they just stopped doing that. Right? Now they do it very slowly. And now it's like, I don't know if he is going to get an animation update. Oh, I should bring Babbage. I want Babbage and Blood Axe to get Bond. Because this account, they're probably going to be my grands. And you want to have your Bond CE, so I don't know if I'm going to get that done in time. We'll see. Oh, come on. I don't want to bring fucking Mash. Ugh. Hopefully in future, they'll just make you bring the 5-star version that at least isn't so bad because she's got battery and everything, so she's fine as like a support. All right. These guys really are, damn. These guys really are hitting the gym pretty hard, though. Like, holy hell. Okay, let's see what Mash can do here. Lifting them clouds, yeah. Oh, Jesus, yeah, the AoE and the crit. Man, I should have cast Guts before. I didn't think that would happen, though. You know what? Fuck it. Fire everything. Let's see how this does. Their quads are insane, yeah.
Santa Claus の拳を見るがいい。受け取れ。これがクリスマスプレゼントだ。
$74K is pretty good for hitting a ruler. Non-upgraded NP, by the way. He's been in the game since day one, and they never gave him an NP upgrade. Same for Lu Bu. I probably should have taunted. Wow, this motherfucker, dude. Both times the AoE'd. I guess because he got the crit buff. That is so lame. I could have saved him, too, if I had just taunted. Whoa. Chat, it's a shame that you can't use the new MASH until the story's over. Because she's, you know, a pretty impressive free-to-play unit. But there's some downsides with the whole, like, NP switching and stuff. Like, there's some real issues. So I want to test her more, but with there being no story replay or anything, it's just like, well, here we wait. She goes double first skill. It's a shame there's no enemy with more health here. Murder. 129K. Yeah, I guess we could use her against Lobo, that's true. Fuck though, I have to get her fucking Bond CE on this account. I'll just do that over time. I'm kind of trying to do it on my main, like putting some effort into it, but on the ult, I don't know how much I care. Although the ult is the account I end up streaming, so if anything, it's the one I should be focusing on more. I'd like to point out that Jerker is one of the absolute best free-to-play units because she's in the welfare shop now, so anybody can get her incredibly easily. And she just does exactly what you need a Berserker to do for most of the content where, like, your other classes won't work very well. And then she's got enough survivability that protecting her is pretty reasonable, like Leonidas and Shingon and all that. But she's fucking wielding katanas in a bikini, all right? You know, I don't know about that one. How did it come to this? But yeah, if you make a new account or you're free to play or whatever, you lacking in extra class stuff, you 1000% should get the free Jerker. Like, I use Mori all the time, but like Jerker is a much easier Berserker to work with. And if you grail her and stuff, it's like really good investment. I love that Surtur emote, dude. It's that's nice to see. You know, that's a unit we don't use much. I don't even know why. It's pretty cool. We'll bring George. How much do they need? Oh, bother. He's close to Bond 8, but man, 8 and 9 are slow. I don't know if he'll make it in time. I don't play the old account that much. The other free single target Berserker options aren't super good, so it's nice to have Berserker. Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm glad it's a thing. I just wish she had a costume or something that was more serious. But what are you gonna do? He's got farther to go. Damn. Maybe I should use that add-on that everybody uses to farm. I historically don't like breaking terms of service when I can help it, but at this point, it's not like I play FGO that much anymore. Bond farming is so unfun. I do need to get MASH Bond on both accounts because I have a feeling her Bond. Even though there's probably not, they're saying there's no grand, you know, for a lot of the extras, but I think there's going to be something, and I think MASH one is like the free-to-play extra class, and then her Bond CE is so good. Yeah, the issue with Lu Bu is Mori exists. And like they could fix that if they gave like Lu Bu an upgraded NP and like a battery. So Lu Bu should be more NP focused. He gets his NP easily and his NP hits extra hard because it's upgraded. And then Mori should just be the full crit normal card stuff with the NP as a bonus, right? That's how they should. Like Lu Bu should be about the NP with his extra cards as a bonus, which his toolkit's already like that because he's got a star absorb but nothing really boosting his normal card damage. And then Mori should be the opposite, where Mori's very normal card focused, which he is, right? And his NP is a bonus, right? That's a really good way to balance them. And they're set up perfectly to do that. They have to just actually bother to do that. Boy, this doesn't look like a great time for turning something into a dragon. All right, let's go, bop, bop, bop. Eye of Sauron. Be clear, chat. Sauron is not as cool as Morgoth, who made a Caligon the Black, who absolutely could whoop Mumu's ass 100 times over. Thank you. All roads lead here. Not a very good hand. Guess you just do that and filler. Grand extra class is being able to summon orcs. I wish, dude. Who knows? They might do something crazy in the finale. He did make himself a servant, so it's technically possible. I have to imagine, though, considering what's gone on, the player character would absolutely not summon Ort. It would have to be like the most extreme circumstance ever, where like Mash is gonna die and that's like the only way he can think of to save her or something. There's no world he'd want to summon that thing. And like legitimately it would be a really bad idea to summon him most of the time. Not that that would stop Nasu from contriving some absolute bullshit. Chat, it's been so long since I've used her. I want to say she's single target, and I want to say this taunt is targetable, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But it's not like I really have to NP here. Although, I guess you're not going to fight any tougher enemies, it's kind of looking like. I need to use her more. She's actually really cool. I don't know why I haven't. So I've got a Grailed Siegfried, so might as well do the whole shtick. Get Siegfried up, Grailed St. George, etc., etc. Been wanting to Grail St. George anyway, because he's probably going to be Grand Rider for me. That's the only thing I don't like is the, she can like barely carry the sword there. It looks kind of dumb. Oh, there was a bigger enemy. Fuck. Well, it was a dragon all along. I probably should have taunted somebody. Woo! They have crit every time they've attacked, and I really have to stress that I don't think that's normal. On my main account, that didn't happen. You can have 4 defense ups right now. I want to say something in this kit is a battery. Let's see. I guess we art chain. Chat, what am I gonna... I don't know what to do about caster. Because my favorite caster is a Visibron, who is bad when you grail him. But it would be really stupid if I did Grand cast... Actually, you can't do Grand if they're not grailed to 100, right? I don't have... I don't have a grailed... I do not have a caster at 100. The only ones at 90 are 90 because they're 5 stars. Yeah, Medea would be cool. That's so sad, man, since her VA passed. Feels bad, man. I could level a second at Visibron, and I really should. It's just his mats are horrible. And I would grail Babbage, but he's already grailed on the ult account, so I don't know. But yeah, man, she had done all kinds of voice acting. Like, I think she was the lead in Ghost in the Shell for the Japanese version. Can I break before I NP again? Not seeming incredibly likely. I'm sure there will be plenty of Grand Hanses out there. Castoria is probably going to be a really common one. I should have waited to turn him into a dragon. This timing's not working out. I wonder if these guys are AoE. I'm gonna waste the giant ass crit on the 3K. That's, well, I could do... There we go. Getting creative here. We are not doing this stage very efficiently. I think she... Oh, come on! Bro, it's a fucking trash mob. Anyway, I think she might have a battery on the taunt that I hadn't used yet. Yeah, for the old account, it's definitely Babbage for caster. On the main account, I mean, I want it to be a Visibron, but... Oh, let me jump on the main account. I want to see, like, how bad are his mats. I think they're pretty bad. Like, I remember just leveling him the one time and getting 10, 10, 10 and everything was kind of awful. So I've been, gun shy. I hate leveling, I think it's my least favorite thing to do is leveling a second version of a character I've grailed. It just could not feel more wasteful. I fucking detest doing it. Like, it took me an incredibly long time to level a second Robin Hood and a second Coup. What's his Bond CE? I actually don't remember. Let me check. I know it's the doll. Like, I know the lore. I just don't remember what it does. Let's see. Visibron Efko. God, I wish the anime did not butcher his character. Most people only know him from the anime, and that's it. Team-wide art and Buster up 10%. Nothing that great, unfortunately. It's not garbage, though. I tell you what's garbage is the poor bastards that have Starjin up for the team, and then Sanson having instant death chance up for the team. Those are... I think Sanson has the worst Bond CE in the entire game, which is saying something because there's some pretty bad ones. But, like, Starjin does almost nothing, but insta-death up really does do nothing unless you are in one of the very rare stages where insta-death matters. I don't really like Caster Ku that much because he's just Ku, but not as cool. I mean, like, you know, I like him in that he is Ku, but he's literally just Lancer Ku, but not as cool. So I never really. If you look at my account, I don't really hype a lot of like alternate versions of characters. One of the only ones I can even think of that I've leveled and even grailed a little bit is Canis's Rider. But that's mainly because it is like the exact same fucking character with like no changes at all, and then their animations are better. But even that, I didn't grail them to 100 or anything, so. Caster Ku's Bond CE is, I'd say pretty good actually. 30% NP up all the time, and then when attacking, he has a 30% chance to heal for 500. Like, that's fine. That's not like the best, but that's very solid. I mean, 30% NP damage up, that's pretty significant. David, huh? Alright, let me look at a VC Braun here and cry. The ideal level range for a VC Braun, I think, is like the minimum level to get the third skill. Because there are some fights you just want his ass to die. I don't know, he's kind of like George, where you kind of want like a 71 that can do NP stuff and like actually do damage before he dies. And you want another one like as low as possible and stuff like that. There's just no way around it. Units like that are just very useful at different level ranges. It sucks ass though. Oh, God. Oh, God. He takes 150 bullets. A bunch of caster gems, obviously. Fuck that. No wonder I haven't done it again. And then you have to level the passive skills. And, oh, God. This is why I don't... This is stupid. Right? I already have the unit, right? Why am I gonna spend 150 bullets and a bunch of caster gems on like a unit I just grailed, right? It's so dumb. Ugh. Yeah, I can't say I don't know what to do about Grandcaster. I don't know what to do because I know grailing a VC Braun to 100 is like bad, but he is my favorite. Since when does a VC Braun use guns? I know, right? I mean, I don't know who the hell else I would even... Oh man, the intro to this song is so good. Shit is sick. I wish I'd used this somewhere in the Ord video. I don't think I'd played the game yet. Yeah, so I said this the other day. I'm grailing everything that I'd grailed to 90 to 92. One, it makes it a little bit stronger, and that's nice. And then also it puts all my grailed units at the top, which I really like. The problem is there's units like Enkidu, Karna, Tamamoto, Tom, right, that I really, really like. But I never grailed them because they already were 90, right? Because they're 5 stars inherently. So I'm like, what, do I grail them now? I got that, and that's starting to be a lot of grails, so I'm not really sure. But I do like having all these other units that I've grailed at the top. But yeah, like these 4, oh, and Romulus, and Vertra, and Richard. Fuck, God, that's a lot of fucking units to grail. I mean, like, if I grail like these, I mean, I kind of would want to do Gilgamesh, but I don't use him on this account because of the dragon stage. There's Edmund, Bazette, Gray. Oh fuck, I forgot Gray. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, I like VC Braun just so much more than all the other casters. Like, I like Mozart and Hans and stuff, absolutely, but like, I like VC Braun so much more. Yeah, I can't think of another caster. I mean, I do like Medea. She deserves it. Like, because lore-wise, she's like the best Magus that's like not using true magic. Waver is definitely the workhorse, and I like Waver, like in Fate Zero and everything. I do like Medea more though, and I like VC Braun more. I can't decide. I'm still undecided about these two. I like Mordred more, but I think Arthur fits Grand Saber way better. The thing is, like, because I like Mordred more, Mordred's already 2k foe and stuff like that, where Arthur is just 1k. So it's just kind of weird to make that the Grand. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, before we go to the ult account, let me use at least one of my capsules so I'm not whiffing AP. And I need Bond on Mash, so I made a team over here just to get Mash more Bond, because Mash should really be in her 4-star form and in the back row, but if you do that, she gets 20% less Bond, and over, you know, on a huge number of stages, that actually really adds up. So Mash has to be in the front row, which is kind of awkward for clearing this stage, but I'm doing it because, yeah, it'll add up. Like, in just a couple of runs, it's an extra run. Get more info in 5 days. Yeah, we'll see. Are there grands for fighting the final thing with Ogla? That's really... I hope they're not. That's so boring. Oh my god. Am I the only... I do not give a fuck about Ogla. I don't know why they're like, this thing is still going and they're acting like this big epic. I don't give a shit. Like, holy fuck. I hope to God we're not using our grands to fight Ogla, dude. Ugh. Get that shit out of here. I will say though, that last fight with Ogla with the rotating raid thing, that was kind of fun. I didn't, you know, I don't think Ogla is very cool, and the whole Mount Rushmore thing is stupid, but like the gameplay there was pretty cool. Make Guadia the final boss again? I'm okay with this. I feel like they don't know what to do with Grands. Like, everything about it just sounds like they don't know what they're doing, and they're just gonna make up some shit for us to do. They're like afraid to just let you have a Grand all the time. It is nice that Mash can give your whole team an attack up and then battery like that. That's pretty fucking sick for free to play. I wouldn't say they're so good. They're okay. There's a lot wrong with them. Like, when I'm in the gameplay, I enjoy it. Okay? Like, I'd say every Ogla stage, once I'm actually in there gaming, I have fun. Everything about the UI to get to that point is so miserable that, like, I don't want to do it. It takes, like, especially if you're doing free-to-play stuff and you're having to really think about what you're bringing and trying to min-max, it takes like an hour. But I don't want to do that, and it's like, these fuckers just cannot come up with, you know, drag and drop and, like, proper UI stuff. I don't know why, but they just can't do it. Yeah, you have to fight the UI first for a really long time. If the UI was snappier and more intuitive, and it didn't have to load all the time, then I would like it. Yeah, just the thought of having to set those teams up again, and it's especially if you're doing low star stuff, because it takes so long, and then if you fail and you need to make some serious adjustments, oh my god, just it is terrible. Oh man, I didn't do that yesterday, so I didn't get the class gems. Let me do these real quick. I know this is boring as fuck, but I want to get those gold gems. And dude, the UI for if you failed was insanity. I spent so much time trying to figure it out, and I just couldn't. And it pretty much would always either let you just play the final stage again, or you had to reset the entire fucking team instead of being able to just like reset it and adjust a couple of teams. I just could not fucking do that. And I don't think I've ever been more frustrated with the UI than the Ogla quests. They're just awful. I have not done the fight on the ult, and that's why. I'm not even sure I've done the first one. I don't remember. I know I haven't done the second one, but I might have done the first one. It wouldn't shock me if I haven't, though, because, again, the UI is so bad. There's just not an ounce in me has any desire to do that shit again. And see, like, Ort, coincidentally, by the way, this was not by design, but Ort, coincidentally, was very UI friendly because there was no support list. There was just nothing weird. It was just, like, click A, serve it, and go. It's so much simpler. I'm so glad Ort did not make you bring a support every stage. I would have lost my mind. That is the weirdest pronunciation of that ever. Wow, she barely killed that. I should be more careful. I probably should have cast that attack up or something. Oh wow, I didn't kill. Yeah, I used to do this with Waver, which I think was stronger. But now I'm trying to get Mash Bond, so... I mean, you get a nice chunk. Wow, I've only got 83 million. Ugh. I even farmed doors a few days ago pretty hard. That's crazy that, that's all I've got. What did I'm trying to think what I did to lose all that QP. Oh, the auto team function. Does anyone use that shit? It is so bad. I remember, like, when I was trying to figure out the stupid UI for the last Ogla quest, like if you had failed it and you wanted to, like, adjust stuff, I ended up, it did the auto thing. It picked the dumbest fucking shit. It was so stupid. Yeah, that definitely should not have taken up dev time, but unfortunately it did. Oh, I got something stuck in my eye, god damn it. I mean, the sad truth of it is, this game is just, the system side of it is not run by industry veterans. It isn't. That's why a lot of this stuff is so bad. With all the money they make, they don't want the top talent because that would cost more money. Why Medusa? I guess Medusa is close to Bond 10, but I know Kentucky's really close as well. Maybe cost. They haven't fixed much. True, they have not. Damn. 208. That's pretty good. This is about as bad of a hand as it could be. They may not kill. We'll see. High roll, please. I don't think he high rolled. Oh, there we go. Easy peasy. Almost lost my FGO license there. I feel like my QP is just like not going anywhere. Like I just did 3 stages and nothing happened. I just can't believe that they don't even optimize. Like, here's an example, right? This is the same game engine as Arknights, right? Exact same game engine as Arknights. And what Arknights will do is when you're on a screen like this and you go into a stage, it keeps the menu stuff here, like the map and everything, it keeps it loaded. So if you need to back out, it doesn't have to deal with it again, right? You can just effortlessly go back and forth. And it only deloads it once you actually start the stage. FGO doesn't do that. FGO like deloads everything immediately and then has to reload it all the time. So it just makes things really choppy. Now there's a limit to how much you can keep loaded at a time, obviously, but it's like really not an issue. Oh, is Arknights thinking about changing their game engine? Interesting. I mean, it runs fine, so I don't see a need, but hey, if they make the game run even better, I'm not going to complain. It's not a very good game engine, to be fair. Let's see. What do I want? Guess I don't have a lot of these. They already did? What did they change it to? Is it just a newer version of the game engine? Because that's not going to really matter if that's the case. Because I would say like 90% of the time when I see devs for ongoing games talking about game engine stuff, they're not changing the game engine. They're just updating it to like a new version of the same engine. It's very rare games change game engines because it's a huge amount of effort. Now it could be Arknights does do crazy shit. Oh, he's real close to Bond 11, so there's some SQ right there. She's getting there. Like 100k is not too far off. Do you guys remember the Veach event that ended in 45 minutes? There was the Ivan raid. So I can't remember exactly, but I want to say it gave like 4 or 5k bond inherently for some crazy fucking reason. Maybe it gave like 2.5k or 3k or something. But then you could use a teapot, which doubled it, and then you could summon a friend with FP or a friend point, no, bond boost, excuse me, right? And you could bring your own bond boosting stuff. And I was getting like 12k bond. Oh, and you got bond boosts from like a CE from the event or something. See, I was getting like 12k bond a run, and I could one turn it. Like rather, like I don't remember what unit I used, but I could rather easily one turn it. So I remember in like 10 minutes, you know, I had gotten hundreds of thousands of bond. Shit was amazing. They have never had another event even close to that good for bond farming. Yeah, that's actually a big part of how I got Ku to bond 15. I mean, he'd be bond 15 by now anyway, because he's been bond 15 for quite a while. But I got a lot done during that. Rob the males of Epic 7 while you're at it. I agree. There's a lot of cool dudes in Epic 7. Like, they actually have helmets and armor and beards. You know, it's nice. All right, let's see. How close is... Okay, she's real close. Damn. Okay, he's even closer. I wish Canis was anywhere, because I wouldn't hate making Canis Grand Rider, but she's so far off, no shot. I think we just go George. George is awesome. I think he deserves it, so. Nope, not even close. He's not really a farming unit. He's got a little bit, but that's pretty far off. That's almost exclusively from challenge quests. So it's actually a lot of Robin usage when you think about it. And then hers is all from her own event. Like, she was a bonus servant in her own event and got bonus bond. So that's really all I've ever used her for bond anyway. I think he's getting there. I mean, 240 is still a lot. Nope, yeah, didn't think so. You can farm with him, but I have so many sabers I never needed to. He's close to. Unfortunately, he's not that close, which sucks because, big fan. She's 10. And, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. Chat, I'm that Beto, like, nail bite emote, fuck. Kojo's Bond 10. Anna Bashi, thank you for the 82 months, man. I seriously appreciate that. That is an incredible amount of time. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Man, we're not gonna have a Grand Caster, chat. There's just not gonna be one. The rift is not getting filled. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have to be level 100, and I do not have a level 100 caster. Fuck. Dude, fuck. And I bet you Medea doesn't she's a terrible farming unit. Yeah, that's all challenge quests. Look, Babbage is only in a good shape on my ult. There's no way he has bond. Yeah, no. you don't got shit. He's at least 10-10-10, but there is, you know, oh man. Lost's got a point. Lost's got a point. He's bond 10. And he's actually been bond 10 for a while. He's like the only bond 10 caster I have. I think it's him and Waver, because Waver is for farming, obviously. I mean, I do love Qin Gong. I do kind of love the story of that, right? Out of all the casters and all these like noble people like Castoria and all this stuff, and like your workhorse like Waver and everything, you fucking make Qin Gong Grandcaster. I think that's really funny. And also, you don't have much of a choice. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I think it is going to be Qin Gong then. I think he's easier to level a second version of too, right? And normally, if you need a different version of him, it's going to be a like a level 1 anyway. So yeah, there's that. Also, chat, people have already gotten mad that I use Grailed units that are low stars. And I'm like, I don't care. I do not care. You can't stop me anymore. I played this game way too long. I'm going like, because here it's so funny because I was talking about earlier that guy saying I don't actually like 3 stars when I actually love them, right? Like if I was left to my own devices and I didn't make YouTube videos or stream or anything, I would already have, I would have grailed like Bedivere and Robin Hood so long ago, right? I'd already have a grailed Qin Gong. Like I would just have like an army of like all like David and all that kind of stuff. I would just grail this shit, all that, and just use it all the time. That is 100% what I would do. But now it's like, I just don't care anymore. Like, the opinions of these, like, fucking losers, dude. Like, I kind of just realized what's left of the FGO community is either the silent majority, which are still fine, right? And the vocal people are just fucking morons, dude. I don't care. I'm gonna have fun with my fucking video game. Like, Jesus. Might grail David more, too, because of that. Like, grail him to 90. A VC Braun's different, though. The whole reason I haven't grailed him to 100 is just because he is noticeably worse when you grail him. And because I like him, I want him to be effective, right? So that's, like, the whole problem. But yeah, it's like... It's Qin Gong being at 100 wouldn't matter too much. So yeah, I think it is going to be Qin then. So, George... Grand Rider, Qin Gong, Grand. I'm okay with that. I really am okay with that. I have no issue with them being my Grands and being at 100. George, though, like a VC Braun, you really have to have a second version because there are just times you need him to die, like, at a certain time. In 100, he won't. Yeah, I probably will Grail VC Braun anyway. It's just when you do fight something really hard, like Fluffy and shit like that, it sucks to not have... Because, like, Fluffy's a good example of if a VC Braun's 100, that's going to be terrible. Like, super terrible. Okay, but yeah, I think Chin and George, I think that's definitely it. So I need a bunch of XP, like a bunch of XP. So then I think Billy, Archer. I'm leaning towards Arthur, even though he's not 2K FO'd. Arthur just feels so perfect for Grand Saber. I really like that. Mordred definitely has the better toolkit for it, though. One, she's 2K FO'd, and she has some degree of survivability. And I do like Mordred more, but I like Arthur a lot. I don't know. That one's still a little undecided. But one of those two. Billy, definitely Coup for Lancer. I like them about the same. One of these two units is actually good, and one of them is Hansen. So I should pick Kojiro, but no shit, dude. Like, Sanson was the first assassin I leveled. When I was just playing through 1.0 back in the day, Sanson was my assassin. He was terrible, but that was my guy. He was one of my first spawn 10s. Man, if he had an animation update, I actually think I'd pick Sanson, like, no question. Oh, that's tough. God damn it. Why do I have to have tough decisions like this? Okay, well then, Berserker... Fuck, even Berserker's tough, though, because even though I love Mori to death, like, Arthur fitting Saber so well, I mean, Hercules, man. Like, he is the Berserker, dude. Like, that's so good. Like, any other ones that are actually going to be easy? I mean, Chin and George. I think I'm missing one class. What am I missing? Maybe I'm not. Let us choose? No. Out of curiosity, though, I do wonder if chat would pick Sanson or Kojiro. Ryder is George. Ryder's George. I think chat would pick Kojiro, but I don't know. Sanson is quite a meme, but Kojiro is really popular. I mean, I love Mori to absolute death, so it probably is going to be Mori, but I don't know how to put this. I have so much just respect for Hercules because he's like the OG GOAT. You know, it's like he's the Berserker, and like also it's because the franchise treats him so bad, right? Like, he's fucking Hercules. He's the most famous hero in human history, and the creators treat him so badly. Like, from anime to the FGO, he gets no respect when he absolutely deserves it. It's kind of like that. Oh wow, Sanson and Kojiro battling it out. Get those votes in, chat. Yeah, I'm curious. So, yeah, it looks like Kojiro. It's only ahead by 2 votes though. We'll see. Oh, I love Achilles. Achilles is awesome. I have him on my ult account. He's grailed to 100. If I had Achilles on this account, I might make him Grand Rider, actually. I'm definitely gonna do it on the ult. Like, there's no question. The ult's actually pretty easy for me. Like, Protoku for Lancer, Gilgamesh for Archer, Achilles for Rider, Blood X for Berserker, Babbage for Caster. I'm missing a class. Oh, Saber, which, Gwaine, right? Easy peasy. Let's see. Let's use her again. Just do the exact same setup. The only issue is these two aren't Bond 10, and I'm not sure I'm gonna make it unless I use that, third-party program. The Kojiro won. We didn't get that many votes though, so it's hard to say, but I'm leaning towards Kojiro or Sanson just because he's my guy. But I do love Kojiro, and Kojiro is so much more effective as a unit. Like, so much stronger. This is literally the same battle that we were at, and it just stopped when you broke the bar. That's stupid. I could have kept going, no problem. How could they possibly think you need that? What a joke. Boy, this hand is not it. They might make Mash a Grand automatically. That wouldn't surprise me. It's either that or you're gonna have like... People are thinking they're gonna split extras up into 2 classes, like 2 groups, and you get one from each group. That'd be kind of awkward though, because they have such... Each extra class is such a different like class effect that if you pick the wrong class based on the content, I don't know, they might make the enemy something like generic, like a beast that can be countered by all extras or something. I don't know. All right, let's get that NP going. Okay, that fucker's got a crit buff, so I'm just gonna do that. Make sure she doesn't die. Might be an evil human. That would be amazing. Dude, imagine if Elderberry, like in the flesh, is a boss, and for some reason he's a writer, right? And they make him evil. Then Sanson would whoop his ass, right? Just massive fucking damage. And then watch though, he has like 100k health per health bar, but he's got like 10 health bars. Because then Sanson would be so fucking pointless. Dude, that would be so feels bad. Let's see. Can she do 162? I would think so. She has no buffs from anyone but herself, but I think she can do it. Hey, she's real to 100. Shouldn't be a problem. There's really never been any evil human bosses for Sanson, because the few evil humans there's been are not writers. Yeah, in 10 years, Sanson has never had a true moment for his niche, and it makes you wonder why they made that niche then. They need to add, like, a battery to the first skill and a buster up to the third skill or something. Just something. Doesn't have to be fancy, but give them something, for God's sakes. Who to use? That's a hell of a Charlemagne right there. Sure. These should be in the front row because I'd get 20% more bond, but I don't know if I've got the care for that. Although when using a teapot, it definitely adds up. There is so much wrong about this. Dude, I have to give someone the bond boost CEs. Oh yeah, Assassin 100 face. Surely she's bond 10. Yeah. I think if there's any competition for that. I don't think so. Yeah, it's smooth sailing on the ult. Really, the only people that need bond are Babbage and Eric. Oh, hey, Mr. Isit. Wait, I know that guy, I know, right? Yeah, you got like the biggest Charlemagne, and you're about to have the biggest Richard. Richard's been pretty popular, which is nice, and I think he's gonna get more popular when Fate Strange Fake actually airs, which I have no idea when that is. I guess they're just going really slow because they want to give the books as much time as possible, so they're in no rush. That kind of seems to be what's going on. Okay, the music is looping. I love this intro so much, though. We'll go, I hear more Grand Blue music. There you go. Alright, I don't think this is a real boss fight. I'm pretty sure it's a lie. We're gonna fuck this bitch up, though. I swear they gave her evade just so you could do Pierce Invulnerability like that. Yeah, we didn't actually do that much damage. I'm kind of surprised. I wonder if she's got like a passive going on or something. Her hating MASH so much doesn't really work for me, because they don't even know each other, right? Like she needed to show up like in the Lost Belts. An Ordeal call shouldn't even exist. She should have shown up in, like, you know, Lost Belt 5, and then this should have been resolved in Lost Belt 6 or 7, right? That would have worked a lot better. Like, have some time to have a reason for her to not like MASH. You gotta let shit grow, man. Let's see. This is such a scuffed team. I mean, MASH is always neutral damage. Although now that you can get MASH coins, it's pretty easy to get that extra class boost, which is kind of strong as fuck. Yeah, MASH is going to be like the reckoning of free-to-play, I swear. I mean, we'll see. I will say the not being able to spam the defensive NP can be quite bad. So we'll see how it all turns out in the end. I actually like MASH a little bit more in this story, though. The whole, like, Galahad trying to get her to not idolize him anymore, and then she's like, nah, I'm gonna do it even more. I thought that was pretty entertaining. You know, that wasn't the most fair thing I've ever seen. Also, probably the least surprising thing I've ever seen. How long does this last? Man, I wish I had buff removal. Could definitely die here. Blood Axe, the Star Generator. Made 20. I mean, that's not that bad, I guess. Oh, some of it's from this. Boy, just having 2 supports from MASH would make this a lot more effective. Some buff removal would go a long way, too. Raise curse arm to generate stars. Oh man, that style of gameplay just doesn't exist. which sucks because it's more fun. Like if you do a quick chain, hell, if you do Buster, let's say you have Proto Coup and Coup, right? And you're fighting an archer, and you do Buster quick, that should make enough stars to really get some crits next turn. That's the whole point of quick cards, right? You do less now to do more later, right? But you don't. That doesn't do shit. It's such a bad, like, setup the way they did it. Good music, by the way. You just like refreshing this? Where's buff block when I need it? Man, poor Babbage. I've not clicked his cards at all. And before Mash dies and you lose. Because then these two being here is a pretty big mistake. I didn't really need to cast that. Alright, get him. So Babbage should have been the damage dealer all along there, I'm pretty sure. Like, honestly, all the Galahad, Lilith, Mash stuff is fine. It's just executed very poorly, right? It's condensed into too small of a window in a story that overall that doesn't matter. That shit should have been happening in, like, Lost Belt 6, like 5 and 6. Like if it was over like 2 stories and had more build up and a reason for her to not like Mash and all that kind of stuff. Because the dynamics there are pretty fun, like with Lilith and Galahad and everything, but yeah, this story is so silly with all this, like them trying to force you to be judged and like all this Megatron bullshit. Actually, her name is Metatron. I can't believe you don't know this. Yeah, that is the only hype fight. It is quite hype, to be honest. I actually really enjoyed it. I really did not see the Master joining in thing happening. Like, I was not expecting that at all. Because, like, they didn't make it a reinforcement or, you know, anything. That was really cool. Yeah, this song's amazing. Like, 9 out of 10. Yeah, and the use of Divine Comedy is terrible. Oh my god. Like, why is it even here? Yeah, seriously, this story sucks. Like, everything that has to do with the angels and you being judged by someone that has no business judging you, and somehow an angel is as strong as Tiamat, all that garbage. So garbage, right? And the throwing the Divine Comedy in there is just a sham. The only part that is good is the Mash, Galahad, and all that stuff, but it's too, you know, it didn't get to breathe, so it wasn't that good, but the idea was good. Wait, didn't we just summon Charlemagne and not use him? Whoops. It's because I have to use Mash, and I'm trying to get Bond on the other two. Let's see here. Well, now we'll do Richard. But we have the same problem, because I think I have to use Mash again. Oh, no, I don't. This is not a team comp. I want to be clear about this. This is not a team, right? This is 3 random units just hoping they can brute force murder the enemy. So, we'll see what happens here. Yeah, what a waste of the Divine Comedy, like, truly. Okay, that one's got 70k. It might actually matter. I have faith he'll kill it, though. Or Richard could just do a crap load of damage. That works too. What's crazy is I've seen all, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense because what's left of the FGO community is the people on Raw Copium. But I've seen plenty of people acting like the OCs are just amazing stories that are so integral to 2.0. And I'm like, holy fuck no. Like the few things in them that matter could easily have been put into the Lost Belts. Like, no problem. I thought that gave more battery than that. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I'm still clicking the buttons. Let's see. I want to do the crit up on an art card. Maybe not. The stars would be nice though, because then Blood Axe could crit. But it's not like Blood Axe is about to do 72k. Dude, Babbage always startles me with some of those Steam sound effects. And like that's happened, that is such a cool animation. But that's happened so many times over the years, Babbage just startling the hell out of me. Do I NP here? I'm gonna lose my buffs, but fuck it. I'm very glad I have my own Richard. He's not like set up perfectly yet, but I feel like I could have done that better. I could have definitely killed both of them there. Oh yeah, Jonah art crits, dude. That shit's insane. Dude, I am so excited for his fight scene with Gilgamesh. I really hope they don't fuck it up. They did fuck up in Kidu versus Gilgamesh, so they might fuck it up too. How do you fuck that up, by the way? And like, they didn't do a horrible job, but they Babbage. My man. Anyway, they fucked up the Inima Elish clash like massively. So much better in the books. Like they made it so lame in the anime. I really didn't like any of the OCs. They were OC2 at least had the big fight at the end was fun. Like it's really easy if you have Kama, but you could Chin Gonger, and then that made it a pretty cool fight. I definitely enjoyed that. But yeah, overall this shit was stupid. Like, I just don't see how people don't notice how detached the important lore bits are from the actual OC story, right? Like, the MASH Galahad stuff is so detached. Like, Metatron is so tacked on to the story, and, like, the Divine Comedy stuff is so tacked on. Completely unnecessary. And all the match stuff, like, the climax didn't have to happen in Lost Belt 6, but having a chunk of it go down in Lost Belt 6, I think would have been really good. And I don't even like Lost Belt 6. Yeah, I know, you go from Ort to this crap for 2 fucking years. I don't even know what that was telling me. Now, I should bring someone with that bond boost. Like, the smart thing is to try to get as much bond with these two as possible. But I feel like that's going to cause a lot of suffering and not having fun. Guess we'll see. I've got to get her skill ranks up. I don't want to play this account, man. What do you mean only? I don't feel like only on that one. Or it should have been like yesterday. Like Tiamat into Solomon was like a week. I'm not even gonna show the cutscenes until we get to the end. None of it matters until the end. Well, it's a bad time for Babbage's crit stuff. I think he needs to go burr next turn then. So make stars now, question mark? This is really not, okay, I'm gonna do this just for the, art up. But this is not a good star generating team. Chat, I might be the only person that's gonna grand, like, unironically, like, no question, I'm grand berserkering Blood Axe, but there's probably at least someone else out there doing that, but I don't think there's a lot. Let's see. Okay. Can make this work. Alright, this fucking guy's dying. Zeus is back, chat, help. I'll talk to him. Is it storming out there? Ooh, I could have killed them both. If I'd done Buster and P-Buster, I could have killed them both. Damn it. What a mistake, chat. And my damage is so much lower on this turn. Good enough. Lightning hit a tree on a hill. I can see it smoking. Damn. Are you looking out the window? Always love when people use like looking emotes, and it's not like the typical waifu stuff. They're like doing it for any other reason. That shit can get really funny to me. Ace, there you go. Damn it, the smart thing is just anyone who has the Bond CE, like that's a good support. But man, this is boring to do. And like you could use Ku for the anti-berserker and shit like that. Surely Proto Ku is Bond 10, right? Yeah, okay. I was about to say, that'd be fucked up. He's not. Dude, Proto Ku's Bond CE is okay, chat, let's have a bet. Let's have a bet, chat. You don't get anything if you win, though. But Proto Ku's Bond CE is team damage up against wild beasts. And that's it. That's all it does. So whatever we're gonna get with this grand content, do you all think there's gonna be any meaningful wild beasts? And I mean meaningful is like, you know, actual boss fight, not a trash mob, you know, like for a farming stage or some crap, right? Like, is there gonna be something that actually matters? Because I'm going with no. And then even if there is, right, it needs to be Berserker, Archer, or Caster, because that's where Proto Ku actually does damage. And you might say, why Caster? But it's because his passive from coins is Caster, which it's like that because of Hohenheim, by the way. I actually really like that, because I figure a lot of people don't know any of that bullshit. My viewers probably do because I've talked about it, but like a lot of people I don't think know about all that bullshit. Dragon almost got me there. I almost read that out. Alright, it's only one wave. Again, well, okay, hold up. Can we do that? Get him! Ogla is already a beast, and she's gonna enter her wild, rebellious teenage phase, so maybe that'll work. Yeah, I kind of doubt that. Can I have some animation updates? Like Sanson, Darius, Babbage, Blood Axe, you know. A lot of unit. Oh, Billy. A lot of units I hype ain't keeping up with the times here. If we get some bullshit crits, maybe we could kill him here, but no. Well, at least that crit, though. Quit it. Should have brought Ku. Alright, this time... Also, the previous turn, he didn't have the Blood Axe defense down, so did he clear it? I don't even know. Gut's still going strong. Alright, fuck him up. Under 10 years, by the way. Oh my god. Dude, Mozart! One of the most famous composers to ever live. Caster balls. Bobblehead. William Shakespeare. Most famous writer in human history. Babbage. We gotta talk about this. But William Shakespeare, most famous writer in human history. One of the most famous names, period, right? Caster balls. Ridiculous. The amount of disrespect that they've thrown at Shakespeare is so messed up. Matahari still got caster balls. There's quite a few. I like how that meme I made a long time ago of Shakespeare, Mozart, and Matahari all having caster balls. Not a single one of them has been fixed, by the way. Like, that was quite a few years ago that I made that joke, and yeah, that's still a thing. I like how you can't, for no reason. Look, why can't I transfer to this menu from those two tabs? What? Like, what the fuck? Like, what on earth is the logic here? Also, I need Proto-Coup coins. I should have, when Lancers were rated up, I should have rolled. I forgot. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on what class are they on right now? Oh, Ruler, of course. And then whatever the fuck. The fuck is, I like how it's always her. Because she's the only one. Oh my god, that's so fun. Well, if you like her, it's easy time to get her, I suppose. Well, it's crazy that she's rated up again already. I hate that her stage 2 has like the joke animations, because I don't really like the other two stages, so unfortunate. Yeah, I guess when they do Grand Lancer, yeah, they'll probably do it. I'll have to make sure, because I want all of Proto-Coup's passives. And I need the Lancer gems from that as well. I don't even remember what the deal is here. We'll do the bottom one, why not? Dude, that art, that's the mice, but like, that you don't have any idea what unit that is if you just see that. Like, imagine if you've never seen them and you're new to the game. Like, what the fuck am I summoning? Yeah, Sparky. I hate using Castoria. She's so overpowered, but I need that bond, man. How far can I go with this ridiculous team setup? It's definitely gonna fail at some point. 16k. Only 14k. He got the stun though, which is pretty good. He probably needs Bond too. Yeah, I figured she was not. 300k for Bond 7? Okay, game. It's like 5-star life right there. What the fuck is that shit? Dude, I love that old way that Type Moon used to spell Medusa, dude. It's such a good example of how dumb it is to take the other spellings that they do seriously, right? And like they had one for Arthur too that was so fucking stupid, like male Arthur. Fucking Altria and like English speakers calling her Mashu. Dude. I just can't. Like you're an English speaker and you're trying to pronunciate like Japanese accent, right? Like what the fuck? I remember when her name used to be Matthew though, like in the really early days, and then they didn't change her. Oh man, yeah, that name has gone through a lot of bullshit because Japan just doesn't know what the hell they're doing over there. And like what annoys me is Japanese people would never pronunciate like American accent fuck ups with the Japanese language, right? They would never do that. And that's fine. I don't have a problem with them not doing that, but the fact that we do the reverse, like it's so ridiculous. It's all so laughable. I might be better off just going Babbage here and then do Blood X. Blood X does defense down for you though. But I could do like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna do this. Get that big art crit and NP gain. I wish the community like had grown, like the FGO had blown up when these were still spelling Medusa wrong, because that'd be so funny to see people try to say, see, and that's where like it just shows how stupid it is though, because most people probably wouldn't pronounce Medusa that way because Medusa is such a like known name, right? But yeah, that kind of just shows how ridiculous the whole thing is. I'm sure Medusa had a bunch of different ways her name was pronounced way back in ancient Greece, though. Wow, that is something. I wouldn't mind having a reason to use Gilgamesh. He is actually one of my favorite characters, and I haven't used. I so rarely use him because I haven't been playing the ult account as much, and he's not a good solo unit. That would have been a good stage for him, though, even though they're not servants, but still. Okay, I think I should probably stop putting them in the front row now. This could be an actual boss fight, kind of, maybe. Oh yeah, dude, this guy's so bad. I hate this guy's full kit. They did not cook with that one. Avengers normally make rulers such a joke. They need to add a really proper, and I mean proper, Avenger into FP summon, right? Make it like Ushi or Ku, but an Avenger, that kind of toolkit. And then they can start balancing rulers with the assumption that you have a good Avenger in mind, so then that won't be a problem anymore. I am so tempted to use... Okay, where's Lost? We need to do Luvia, like ruler versus ruler. That's a really funny way to approach the class situation. Never used her much. We used her when she was first added, and then we never really used her again. Yeah, I tell you, if I'm left to my own devices, it's a lot of, like, you know, Babbage and all that stuff. You know, I always do the... There's a few rare units I like to use, though, but it's mostly 3 stars. But, like, I like Gwaine and Gilgamesh, Achilles, but I'm happy to use those. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's actually give her some support. That makes a degree of sense. Okay, they still need to be on the team, though. And she gives everyone 20% bond, so it's nice to have her on the team. I guess Waver's the best support this account's got. And, I mean, Joan of Arc. Her skills aren't maxed, though, but she's got a battery now. I don't know if Joan of Arc is that good if she's not maxed. What else is there? I mean, Zhu Fu is a legit pick. It's 30% battery and some damage up. What else? There's Mozart. It's not really necessary. Why does every servant have battery now? Except for the ones that need it, like fucking Taiga and crap, right? And Lu Bu, right? There's units that should blatantly have NP batteries to like fill the role they're supposed to fill, and then give them like something unique compared to their competition. Like Lu Bu should have a battery and Mori shouldn't, right? But no. Damn it, I don't have the command code on this account. Fuck. And she's not max. She's so good. Every time I use her, she's so fucking good. When I use her like seriously in a low star setup, she does great. This song is fucking amazing. His boss fight was pretty good. His boss fight and the finale were the 2 good boss fights. And that's about all I made videos for, unfortunately. I thought about making one for Metatron, but I didn't want to take the time. This is not as interesting of a stage as I would have hoped. Well, let's see. You can probably kill all 3 here. What was that damage? We're not fighting a Berserker or a Moon Cancer, you know, the things she actually counterclasses. That was the first card in the chain, and what the fuck? Are we getting a bonus? Like, do rulers get a bonus here? Because I didn't use any rulers when I played through this on my main. I didn't even think about that. Holy fuck, yeah, okay, at least there's that, but that's still insane damage. Wow, so I did all of OC4 and I didn't use a ruler the entire time. I did not think of that. Wow, I had no idea. And we didn't have her damage buff here. Yeah, actually, the funny thing is you could probably mimic that damage we just got last turn if we'd used the other, like, abilities available to us here. And, like, we have this crit buff here. Oh my god. Let's see. Sadly, well, she might be able to do it. Wow. Yeah, this would still be really big damage, even without the bonus. And the thing is, we could be fighting a Berserker or a Moon Cancer, and then you'd be doing, like, the exact same damage. She did not kill. Feels bad. Unfortunate. And Luvia's got Pearson vulnerability for some reason every time she NPs. Chat, speaking of Japanese getting English wrong, it's not Happy Merry Christmas. It's just Merry Christmas. You all know it. You're gonna wrath me anyway, but you all know it's true. More damage buffs. 300k, dude. And a lot of the buffs have worn off. If Martha says it, it's correct. Wow. I know 120s are always strong, but god damn. Like even a 121 star like Kojiro can be pretty impressive with the numbers, but that is something. Imagine if we were counterclassing and they were evil. She's got a bonus against evil, and evil's pretty common. How big of a jump is 120 from 100? I mean, it's basically like an 80 to an 100, right? So if you might have experienced this. If you had like a 4-star you liked at 80, because that's their natural level cap, and then you decided to grail them to 100, that's pretty much the same thing you're gonna see. Here's the thing, there's a lot of different things, and you'll see people that like a character, but they don't do every like little thing for them. They'll just take them to 100, or they'll just 2k foe them or something. The real kicker is when you do everything, right? You grail them to 120, you 2k foe, you do the faux pas on the attack cards, you do the class tree, right? If you do all of the stuff, you got a good craft essence for them, you level the craft essence. All of those things combined result in a character being astronomically stronger than the average, like the typical thing you'll see in FGO, right? Because like if you take a good craft essence like Golden Sumo or Black Grail or whatever, and it's level 60, right? The difference between that being level 60 and level 100, because most people's craft essence are in that 50-60 range, right? The difference between level 60 and level 70 or level 100, it's not that big. The difference between a unit being level 90 or level 100 or level 100 and 120, it's not that big. It's noticeable, but it's not that big. The difference between having your talent tree and not it's a little bit bigger, but it's not that big. The difference between 1k foe and 2k foe, it's not that big. The difference between having the faux pas on your attack cards are really not that big. But all of those things combined, it's huge. Fucking massive. And then when you put all that stuff on a unit that has a good toolkit already or can live a really long time, so they're because like all the units in the game get the same bonus, right? And actually low stars get a little bit more of a bonus because they get more grails, so they catch up a little bit, right? So if everyone's at their default level versus if everyone is at level 100 or level 120, the low stars catch up a little bit on the high stars. Not like a huge amount, but they do. They gain a little bit on them compared to everyone being at the default, right? So aside from that, though, everybody gets the same shit from grails and from faux pas and the 2k foe and the class score, right? The talent tree. Everyone's gaining the same stuff, but different units take that same amount of stats that they're all getting, that same amount of bonus they're all getting. It's different people like run with it, if you will, better, right? Because some units live longer, so they're applying those set stats more times over and over, or other units can NP loop so easily that they're applying those stats over and over. There's all kinds of things that make a unit like get more out of all the extra bullshit that you can give a unit. Like they're definitely not all created equally. But they do all roughly get the same, you know, oomph if you put in the effort, right? Like everyone gets that 10% NP damage up from the class score. Although if you are a unit with a support NP, then actually you don't. So there are a few things that will fuck you up like that. We should summon Optimus Prime to beat Megatron. I agree. Or Starscream. Ushi's a good pick. Both Rider Ushi and Avenger Ushi are great targets for like upgrading because they just have good toolkits, right? They have very strong toolkits that can apply all those bonuses well. So yeah, both of them are really good if you want to do that. But yeah, if you got a favorite unit, you should definitely 120 them. I really don't recommend 120ing like a lot because it is horrible. It's not a fun experience. But yeah, if you got a unit that you absolutely hype the hell out of, I recommend doing it because it's nice to have them at their best. Like I got Ku 120 on my main and I love it, right? Because like, and Ku is such a fun unit to have grailed because he lives so long, applying all those bonuses with all that survivability he inherently has is a very powerful combo. Very big fan of that. Yeah, Baldy sadly is on the shorter end of the stick when it comes to all that bonus stuff, right? He doesn't get the 10% NP damage up, and there's just all kinds. He actually doesn't live super long generally, so it can be he doesn't necessarily apply this stuff as often. But you can have a team fix that. Kojiro is a nice unit to 120 though because he's a 1-star, so he's got shit stats. But he's got an awesome toolkit. His 3 skills and his NP are very good. They're very, very good. So it's nice to bulk him up to offset his inherent bad stats, to let that toolkit shine a bit. It's enjoyable. It's always nice to see a 1-star kick some ass. Alright, we can probably go back to the dumb Bond building here. Looks like it should be a joke stage. The MASH does not need to be in the front. Something does go wrong, I would think Ku can clean up whatever the fuck we really don't need waiver here. Okay, that ought to be fine. Oh yeah, Ozzy's an awesome Grail target. That guy does so much damage. Yeah, Ongra, oh boy. I mean, I will say, if they keep giving us upgrades, Ongra will eventually be good. And actually, he might be broken, which is why you can tell they're very gun-shy with him, because his NP has the potential to absolutely break the game, because it ignores like damage resistance, which is the gimmick they like to use when they really don't want you to kill somebody quickly, right? It ignores defense up, evade, invulnerability, super invulnerability, and again, damage resistance, which generally nothing gets around other than Ongra. So yeah, there is potential there for him to be absolutely dumb, but it's so hard to have his health high enough for it to matter, but maybe someday, I guess we'll see. I did not, oh my god, chat, they have the stupid Bond CEs. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm just gonna take the AP hit. That is horrible. Oh my god, dude, no starting NP on units that don't build NP at all. Like, fuck that. Boy, I fucked that one up. I figure what did I even just click? But 120, ugh, god, not a fan. 120 Ongra, and you definitely got to be 2k foe and all that stuff too. It's probably getting close to where you might get some, like, I'm sure you probably had some 60k NPs, right? Which, you know, obviously like 60k, that's nothing, but it is 60k true damage, so. And if you get a Merlin in there with the health up or something, got the maybe on one of your supports you do the Holy King or whatever it's called, right? Maybe you could get a 70k hit off. I really hate if I give, I do not like that on Achilles. Not a fan, but gotta be on somebody. Maybe do like that. I really shouldn't bring this one. When it's on a friend unit, it's 15%. But when it's on your unit, it's 5. But, you know, MASH is 20. This is 10. This is 5. This is 15. And then they get 20 from being in the front. And then the teapot is double. And then she gives 4, right? It all adds up to a pretty decent amount of bond, or otherwise you wouldn't. Yeah, giving him an HP up would be kind of cool. Or you could make the multiplier bigger. I hope your Angra's NP5, by the way. Because that matters a lot. Because every point of HP is worth more if he's NP5. Like, that actually matters a lot. And he is obviously a massive pain in the ass to get NP5. These are really bad for Babbage. Guess I do this. Come on, Blood Axe. I wish to God he had an upgraded NP. So ridiculous that he doesn't. That is not a confirmation that your Angra is NP5. Oh, hey, he killed, which is actually kind of bad because I didn't do the art card. You know a unit that is very accessible now, but everyone playing this game has been playing for so long, it doesn't really matter. But Saber Lily is actually a really good unit now. Because you can get it from FP Summon, and pretty easily. And she's got that abnormally high... She's still so unique like this. For some reason, her NP numbers are higher than like a normal AoE Buster unit. But she also has lower... they never changed this. She randomly has 3-star stats as a 4-star, right? And then that means she has less Grail levels to work with, which is horrible, right? She is so uniquely handicapped like that. But she does have those higher NP numbers, and then her toolkit's actually pretty good now. So if you are a Artoria Lily fan, you get her to 120 and 2k foe and all that bullshit. You randomly, you're like a 2.5 star in terms of stats, which is incredibly weird. But she is quite strong at that point, and is good for like farming and that kind of shit. What's your preference for casters for these quests? Oh, I can put tea time on them. I don't know. Does like Hans? I guess you're trying to be budgety. If you're not being budgety, like you can do it on a damage caster, like the one that can like slap. But you know, it's whatever. I mean, right now Castoria is fine because I'm using such a horrible setup that having her like super strong buffs honestly is not the end of the world. Even though I don't normally like using that stuff. Like putting these two in the front is just such a bad call. Also, Babbage not getting cards. Do I NP anyway? I think I wait a turn. Watch this incredible star gen, chat. He made 2 stars. I think he made like 3 or 4. I think he made 4. So he made 6 total. That's what I'm talking about, chat. If you do Buster quick like that, you should make at least 22 stars. Like, no matter what. At least. Like, it needs to have a pretty significant impact on your ability to crit next turn. Fucking stupid as hell. Let's see what he can do. Is this enough? It's probably not enough. Damn. Oh yeah, Saber Lily is rated up in like the second FP banner. That's such a weird thing, but yeah, you could get her NP5 right now pretty easy. She's actually a pretty fun unit. I might grail her someday, even though I'm not really a fan of her character, but just because you kind of need to grail her to offset the shit stats. But her gameplay's fun enough, I wouldn't mind. Maybe on an ult. Yeah, probably not the main, but yeah, on the ult I could do it. I do need to be careful with my grails now, though, because if we're lucky enough that they actually add Galahad, I definitely want to grail him. It really is hard to say if they're going to add him or not. I would say I'm 60-40, 60 that they will add him, 40 that they won't. So I'm not going to be surprised either way. Not even possible to get 120 on growth without MP5? Yeah, you might be right. You'd have to get Bond 15 and blah, 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 blah. I don't even want to map that out. Shit's a pain. Okay, Blood Axe is definitely not killing here. So I think quick cards need to be inherently changed, that regardless of the hit count, they should make at least 5 stars, and then the hit count should kick in as well, but they should just make a flat, like, 5 stars. Or so, either that or you change the hit count of old units. You have to do one or the other. And then I think you should be once per game, or maybe once every 15 turns. This needs to be a set system that's not tied to a Mystic Code. You need to be able to mulligan your hand. Because sometimes when it's the appointed turn that you've like done all the buffs for, and you just get the worst hand ever, it's just the worst. So like once every 10 turns or 15 turns, you should be able to mulligan. And then people I've seen are like, oh, but there's already the mulligan Mystic Code, and that makes it pointless. First off, it's already pointless. All right. And so how about you actually patch your game, right? Patch that Mystic Code to do something else. Or better, make it like still mulligan, but have it do something better. And then 2 mulligans are better than 1, right? So if you add the ability to mulligan whenever you want, or you know, every 10 turns or whatever, and then you have the Mystic Code, now you have 2 of it, right? So that's fine, that's not a problem. And just add some other effect to it on top of the mulligan to make it not ass. You could do CS to mulligan, but no one's ever going to see CS as legitimate. And it needs to just be part of the decision-making that you make, period. Like, it just needs to be an inherent thing. Because the thing is, you shouldn't need a special resource. That's the thing. When you have a setup that is really reliant on like, normal cards, or you just got to get NP before the boss does his NP, so Joan of Arc's got to get, you know, her NP or whatever, right? You shouldn't have like, oh, well, the card draws just happens to, I lost the 50-50, and so now I lose. That's stupid, right? Like, and if you use your mulligan foolishly, or you keep having to get into those situations, then your team is probably bad, right? So, but 1 mulligan is completely fair, like every 10 or 15 turns. That just cut out some of the obnoxious ass fucking RNG in this game. I need to grab a snack in a second here. I'll be grabbing orange. Now, if you wanted to, on top of that, add the ability to mulligan as well with the command spell, I don't think that's a problem. Like, the more options with the command spell you have, the better. It's more lore accurate anyway. Oh yeah, people actually have her. That's a thing. You can do something random like melts, right? She's not counterclassing, but she's so strong you can show off. We see a decent one. Okay. This is disgusting because we're actually like proper counterclassing, but I kind of want to see it. Yeah, they're so much easier to use in the back row because they can just hold the bond CEs, but then you're missing out on the 20%. And 20% over the whole campaign, 20% is a lot. Man, I love this song. This is from Armored Core for Answer. It's one of the lesser known songs from it, to be honest, but I fucking love it. There's a guy, he did something animation-wise recently that was like amazing. But there was a guy that made this is a long time ago, but this guy made a fan animation for Armored Core for Answer of one of like the big fights that happens in it. And he used this song for it, which made me happy because it was such an appreciated Armored Core song, so it was pretty sick. I remember I was talking about something a while ago, and chat was like, yeah, that's the guy that made that animation, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah, that fan animation was really popular in the Armored Core community back in the day. You know, obviously Armored Core was really niche back then, but I'm gonna look that guy up. That fan animation got like all of the views back then. I was like the most viewed Armored Core thing back then. Oh, God. Has it been? Oh no, it's still on YouTube. Thank God. I was about to say. That was surprisingly difficult to find. Oh. Yeah, he's making that Project 6 game. Yeah, I see that chat's saying it now, but yeah, I'm looking at his YouTube channel. Yeah, dude, that guy is... I love Armored Core, but that guy clearly likes Armored Core more than anyone on the planet because he made that animation, which is amazing, and then he just decided to make his own Armored Core game. And he started making that during the drought, right, when they weren't making Armored Core games anymore. They need to hire that fucking guy, because the game he's been making on his own looks great. Like, for being a fan game, I cannot believe how good that game looks. So if you get that guy, like, proper resources and stuff, like... If his game does well, it wouldn't shock me if he does get hired by FromSoft. Like, it's got to actually come out and, you know, be tested, but yeah, I think it's going to do well. Okay, Jolter is, like, more value than we need here, but, fuck it. Oh yeah, she buffs dragons. That's a fun little thing. Yeah, so in lore, Jolter has an EX rank charm for dragons, and it, like, she can basically make any dragon work for her, like, no matter what. But they never use it in a meaningful way because it's, like, too broken. And if there ever was, like, a servant or an actual dragon, right, that has the dragon trait, obviously, and they were, like, a really, really major-ass part of the story, they're either just not going to have Jolter be there or have some bullshit excuse as to why it wouldn't work. So that skill has, like, never mattered ever. But, yeah, it's because, like, they kind of just made it in the early days without thinking about it, and it's actually, like, kind of absurd. Damn, this turn sucks. Well, is what it is. Can I use this skill on Tallulah? Yeah, I know, right? I'm sure she'll be playable one day. Yeah, cheese monster on her, yeah. 52k. No Jolter card. No NP. Click the buttons. I mean, either kill that one or kill the little shits. Okay, we killed two. That's good enough. Oh shit, Qingong, actually the Chad. Siege Warfare, let's go. That was sick as hell. Was not counting on that at all. I totally forgot they gave her a battery. Man, I could do so much damage with these other buster ups, but there's just no need for it, unfortunately. I'm gonna hit the 53k one with only an art and an extra, but that'll probably work. Big fucking rock, yeah. Got him. 400k, goddamn. $81 stars. Thanks. I don't know why they're being generous like that. This hand, though. Well, maybe he can do 5k without a buster. Ah, so close. If someone else did on a first card buster, he would have been fine. Oh, is it Kadok buffing us? You know, we could Shingon in P. We don't have any real buffs for it, but sure. Oh, you know, wait a minute. We can Shingon or mash to overcharge it. Makes it a bit spicier. Wait, what I should do is... There we go. That gives it double overcharge. Can it do 15k? He's got like 2 attack buffs and then the overcharge. I'm gonna say no. It'll probably do like 11k. Almost 1 million, by the way. I don't know, he might do like, he might get 15. Well, how about that? 19k. Well, alright. Pretty cool. Yeah, you only get the OC numbers if they have enough health to survive it. Arash is like that too. Which actually sucks, because you don't see the real damage. So he might have done like maybe 23k? Okay, 1 second, let me grab an orange. And yeah, the song is a banger. was not my fastest orange peel I've ever done, but it was decently quick. Last night, I was peeling an orange, and I always just do it with my hands, and I swear, I peeled that whole thing in like 10 seconds. Shit was crazy. Can't recreate that, though. Okay, maybe we get to actually fight here. I'll tell you, though, when you use Avengers against rulers, generally speaking, it is crazy easy. They're just never scaled for it properly. Might be a couple of exceptions in recent times, but for the most part, only level 6, man. Got it. I've had it 10 on my main for years. Oh, yeah. Do I need? This might be the one I used Asclepius for. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, he's getting better, but the whole being an AoE Avenger, 3-star, no survivability. It's a bit rough. It's kind of like using, what's his name? Oh, yeah, oh god, yeah, they debuffs the shit out of you at every break bar. But it's like using, like, 3-star Romulus against a proper archer boss, right? Where you need single target. It's not ideal. Yeah, we would have lost that stage, no way. Our setup would not be able to handle that. And now everything is fine. Can I get away with bringing the Bond Boys, though? I don't mind using some of my high stars. I already did it on my main, so fuck it. Probably Atlas. There's a lot of debuffs here. Asclepius is so good. I think you're making a huge account mistake if you get into the game and as you're going through the story. I think it's a big mistake if you don't set aside a chunk of SQ to do story summon to make sure you get them once you get that far into the story. Like, if you started the game and Castoria happened to be rated up and you had her, it's not as big of a deal, but even then I'd want my own Asclepius. Because a lot of people are summoning their friend's Castoria, and then they gotta have their own thing. So you summon your friend's Castoria and you have your own Asclepius, you can deal with any debuff bullshit ever. What to do? I could have him crit right now, but I don't see the need. Kind of a weak opening hand, it happens. Hey, Red. We didn't really bring a lot of protection for Lobo, though. Bow wow. I should not have done that taunt because he has defense up this turn. So if there's ever a turn, he should tank. This is it. She doesn't really need to do that this turn. Probably do it next. Oh, what, you tried to use Antonio against Antonio, like in the Lost Belt 1? Dude, so that was the first recollection quest, and I did it with low stars, but it took like 65 turns, and I knew from that point that that shit was just going to be cancer. And like, every recollection quest I did with low stars was basically the same thing. It was basically like Asclepius, Mash David, or like Hans Mash David, or just some combination, and that you just literally stall forever, and it, oh my god. Just the fucking worst, dude. That was just such unfun content. A lot of times it was Mash Hans and not a DPS because you'd run out of gas and die. Like, it depends. But yeah, it was misery. Okay, now it's time for Mash Bash. I wonder if this is all buffs. I feel like an idiot using this on Mash because she's not that strong and she doesn't have her extra class passive. But I want to do Asclepius's art card, but doing Mash's NP is really nice. But if he doesn't get his NP in a second here, we are not going to have a good time. Really, I should have Asclepius NP'd before I broke the bar, really, but... Whew, that was not great.
I haven't seen a feeling like this since my wife caught me making it with a loo rack.
Don't know how this works. It lasts for 9 turns and 5 effects, so... we may have... Because I don't know if I can even do this. It's a shame that, like, if I do this, I'm still 2 turns off. Well, time to find out. I could Lobo smash. I guess overcharge mash. I know the rewards for recollection quests were crap, and then they were just the biggest stat checks of all time. Oh my god, that was such bad content. I hope they never do that again. Well, that was a lot of no effect. Yeah, I needed to cast that earlier, so when he cast all those debuffs, they would have failed. Well, we messed up. I bet you in the video I made, I bet you I used Asclepius' NP a lot sooner. Oh. Yeah, this is a real fight with that level of debuffs. Like, that's no joke. Oh god, and he does buff removal. Well, and then I was about to be able to do Asclepius's third skill to clear the debuffs, but well, Jonah Arc can fix it. Not a servant. Unfortunate. I'm pretty sure Jonah Arc is a an Ashe disciple because I'm pretty sure she clears the debuffs after casting all the bullshit. So, yeah, not the smartest. But it's a servant of God, true. No effect, no effect, no effect. Yeah, clearing Nash's debuffs with the Mystic Code was definitely a mistake. But it felt good at the time. If she can get a Buster card, it's gonna be amazing over there. He should be safe because he's got counterclass defense up and he's got attack down. Even if he got smacked, I think he'd have been alright. Alright, well, that was scuffed, but we did win. I hope Mash gets to attack, but she's got double Buster crit up and double Buster up. She's not gonna get to attack. I don't know. That is unfortunate. Boy, that stage, I bet you people lost to. I bet you people like started that up. They brought a bunch of OP bullshit and then they got debuff hell and then just got wrecked. Although if a lot of people bring Castoria autopilot and Castoria is very good there. So I'm sure that saved plenty of people. Also, some people would have brought a DPS that just coincidentally had a debuff clear or something like that. But I'm sure some people got smacked. I mean, I kind of got smacked there because I had to reset immediately. Rulers are immune? That's so lame. Oh my god, that's so... Yeah, well, I mean... A lot of people, I'm sure, are using Avengers and Berserkers like Morgan and all that. But if you are bringing a ruler, then yeah, you're fine. That's so... It can story cleanses, so if you're able to use her stuff often. But that doesn't always save you. Like you saw there, you know, we had some stuff to deal with debuffs and it still was kind of fucked up. But yeah, Castoria will definitely lighten the load. I'm sure a lot of people just use Morgan against everything until they have to switch. You know, like especially the people who got like 120 Morgans. I'm sure they just use her for every stage ever. Yeah, a really good autopilot when you're going in blind would be like Morgan, maybe another good looper, or like just two like Castoria and another meta support. That'll work against a lot of stuff. I mean, I've used Angra before. I haven't used him, you know, this stream or anything. Like, his new art buff didn't really make a difference. Yep, Morgan, Merlin, Castoria, yeah, shit like that. You can do the Switch Mystic Code and have, like, a waiver or some other, you know, Nero Bride or other bullshit like that. Can't believe rulers are immune to that gimmick, though. That's I guess they just really want you using rulers in this. I didn't even realize that. I did all of OC4, and I was doing low stars and shit, and I never realized. Well, I guess that's why, because there's still no low star ruler, which is stupid. 3-star St. George ruler, anyone? That is so strong. Look, he's even got the Avenger class tree. I kind of want to see this. This is so bullshit. But, oh god, why did he have to do this? Can't even move him. Game, please. Yeah, apparently they want you using your rulers versus their rulers, but they forgot that a lot of people don't have any fucking rulers. Like, that's such a specific extra class that there's not that many of, and there aren't any free-to-play ones, so way to go. Yeah, I guess Santa Quetz is so, like, unpopular, though. She's super unpopular. I mean, the smart thing to do is waver. It's boring as hell, but I do want to see how this Jolter does. And we're bringing 2 dead weights. Does this account even have an Avenger that's like in a usable state? I don't think it does. That's kind of what I'm talking about, though. A lot of accounts will just randomly have an extra class or 2 that they just don't have. And if they do have it, it's like a garbage unit they haven't leveled. Like, you know, see, I got her, but she's like, 1, she's not that great, and then she's not leveled. Yeah, I'm sure I'm not alone in this. My main, though, is not in this. I've been playing my main for so long, like, it's got some of everything. I don't think I leveled Ongra on this. Okay, apparently I did, but I bet you he's, yeah, 111. NP4 though. Not bad. Yeah, maybe I should level Gorgon. That's a reasonable Avenger to use. Lobo would be my preferred one though, but I don't think I have Lobo on this account. Oh no, I do. He's only NP1. Fuck. Well, if I get him again, I'd probably level him. This team is actually very susceptible to dying because there's so much dead weight in the back row. Yeah, all the like accessible rulers and Avengers are not very good. Santa Quetz is probably better though than the Avenger equivalents. Just instantly slept, and he's got all the cards. 495. She's a 120. Got all that bonus bullshit. Can't you do it without clicking anything else? Let's find out. I think she'll be a little bit short. I mean, literally just a attack buff. I'm not sure that's enough. I'm curious. No, I was too optimistic. Damn, we could have NP'd instantly again if we had broke there, because waiver's 50 and whatnot. I'm not sure if hers is 50 actually. I didn't pay attention. Okay, that's enough of this. I could have given her that last turn. Well, no Buster, but who cares? I love how we have buff block and then it just ignores it because they ignore everything like that. I like how they've made some debuff based bosses that you're not allowed to remove the debuffs. So then like having, you know, a unit that has debuff clear, like the whole point, you can't like take advantage of. I cannot stand when they do that. It's so fucking lame. Like, we make these tools for you to use, but then we don't let you use them. By some miracle, she hasn't killed. She is pretty short. What? Jolter? Yeah, she's not that tall. And she's got heels too, so she's cheating. Yeah, she's fucking tiny, actually. So they have been so bad about those boxes because there's like the stun from the Talok, right? That most things won't stop the stun as the box indicates, but then some things actually do, which you would never guess. So there's so much stupid shit like that. No consistency. Melt doesn't even have heels. She has stilts. That Talok fight is so dumb. I am not about it. Mori is the best, by the way. Still suffering Jekyll fan. That shit is I think died. Oh my god. I wonder if Max will go 100 if he ever gets a buff that's actually good. Dude, I'll never forget. I don't normally stay up late for the buffs. But I stayed up late for that buff. And because I thought it was going to be Jekyll and Hyde. That was my prediction, and it was. And I was so happy, and it was the worst buff I had ever seen in the game. Such a fundamental like misunderstanding of how he plays, dude. Unmaxed. Okay, that's the thing. Do you have to bring Mash here? Doesn't look like it. It gives that 20% bond boost, though. Some memes there. Where the fuck is it? There it is. Does she ever passive for battery? She does. Got Martha. Did any of y'all use Martha to bitch slap BB in OC3? That's like a tradition at this point. I mean, 120 SQ, you definitely have a shot at getting a 5-star, but not the best odds. I do feel bad for you, though. I'm always happy when people get what they want in the smallest amount of rolls possible. I use Martha every time BB comes up out of principle. Yeah, I respect that. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, you're time limited on this one. You want AoE, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we'll see how Martha does, but yeah, this one is silly. Pretty sure you have to win in 3 turns or something like that. NP will kill without any help. Martha special. Slightly underestimated that. Excuse me. Definitely was not expecting that big of numbers. Y'all really like that Rosemontis emote, huh? Chat, I'm so glad that I'm an Arknight streamer now. I'm not even really a streamer anymore, right? I'm pretty casual, which I like that better too. But oh my god, Arknights has its problems. It really does. You know, there's some UI derp over there. Like some of the roguelike, like with the resetting and everything. It's like what the fuck. But still, it is so much better than this fucking piece of shit over here. I do really like the characters over here, though. I still have fun in FGO from time to time. If I didn't, I wouldn't play it. It's that simple. Like, the reason I still play it is because sometimes I do actually really enjoy it over here. I imagine I'm going to enjoy the finale, as long as you don't do anything stupid, but I'll probably enjoy that a lot. Well, this hand's not great. Really sucks. I didn't get Martha's NP there. You might be able to kill anyway. Damn. Well, all right. No ads. If you don't win fast enough, they summon more. I hate Limbus. I hate that game on such a fundamental level. And it's sad because it doesn't have to be that way. That game could easily be a much better video game, but I don't think I could hate that game's gameplay much more than I already do. The story's okay. I don't think it's that good. Also, the premise of the game I'm not a fan of, with like every unit ever is the same 12 characters just over and over and over and over. I just, it's so fucking stupid. Like, it's a gacha game. The biggest benefit of a gacha game is all the cool different designs. And if you have like niche tastes, like you like robots, you'll actually get that occasionally, right? You'll get neat stuff that's normally not playable. But they're just like, yep, same 12 people forever. God, no. Music is pretty good, though. And like FGO in recent years is doing a lot of stuff like that. These two, right? This like modern VTuber, you know, Zoomer angle, which I hate, right? Not about it. But there's so many characters of such variety in this game. I can just not use any of that, right? When you look at like my Grail list, you know, on both of my accounts, there ain't none of that shit. And it's nice to have that kind of variety. Yeah, there are plenty of Limbus fans that like accept the problems with the game and like it anyway, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, we all have our tastes and priorities and guilty pleasures and everything else, right? Like, some things don't matter to people as much. What I don't like is the Limbus fans that just will not accept the obvious criticisms of that game, and they act like it's the most tactical, skillful game, and there's a lot of them like this, that they act like it's the most tactical, skillful game to ever exist, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. They think it's the best written game series like ever, which it's not. It's certainly better than some of the other ones out there, though, don't get me wrong, but like, that community is so elitist, it's unbelievable, and it's not worthy of the high horse they put it on. It's like, I enjoy FGO, even though there's a lot about it I don't like. But I would never, ever, even in its prime, I never put this shit on a pedestal. I never thought that the dialogue was very good, and never thought the UI was good. I never thought, like, lack of story replay was good. I've always accepted, like, yeah, this shit sucks. Like, Ninja Gaiden Black, one of my favorite games ever, I always accept, like, yep, camera's terrible, the menus aren't very good, the writing is trash, right? All that stuff is valid as fuck. I really can't stand people that are just so unobjective that they cannot accept any criticism of something they like. And that they'll take any criticism of something they like as a personal attack. I have no idea what to summon here, because just some random bullshit. Hercules, there we go. I can't think of anything that I like that I would ever be annoyed that it was criticized. Like, I like Bakuno, Fate Zero for anime, Black Lagoon, right? But they're not perfect. Like, Black Lagoon's first episode has got some pretty serious exposition dumping that's not great. I kind of want a 120 Herc. He just, like I was saying earlier in the stream, he just deserves it. Like, the franchise gives him no respect, but he deserves the most respect, so. That's why I might pick him as my Grand Berserker. It's just, it's so right, I think. It's tough, though, because I really like Mori. This is kind of a weird stage they got going on here. Click the buttons. Good setup turn. You can't stand it when people criticize Kenneth. Nice try with adding you. I see what you did at the end there. Good try. A valiant effort. How did he do that much damage? I should have hit these guys then. Unfortunate ways. Pretty sure these two are dead. This NP is so overkill. I wish I'd attacked one of the other enemies. I could have killed all three this turn. 525. He basically did the same damage with his Buster card there. How's he do without any crits? Plenty good. Wow. And you can feel the chunk on that one. But yeah, I've met plenty of people in real life and online that if you criticize anything that they like, they take it as a personal attack. And it's kind of like, it's like saying, oh, because I like this thing, I'm stupid. They'll take everything like that. But that attitude is what's stupid. Ooh, that's always a good one. There is that Shiki though, but this is probably not going to be a humanoid, but
Hello.
hello. That's really trying right now. I ain't reading any of that. I'm gonna ignore that one completely. Dude, what the hell did Kiba say that one time that got me? That was insane because it was like a jubberly, gurgly gook, but it kind of vaguely sounded like something we would talk about, and he did that on purpose. Yeah, that one actually got me. I didn't even realize for like, I didn't even believe chat when he said I said it. I was like, what are you talking about? And when you hear the clip, I don't know if I think someone clipped it because I remember hearing it back. It sounds so weird what's coming out of my mouth. It's super whack. If someone could find that, that was something. Oh, hey, it's a humanoid. I kind of want to do damage without the NP. Just no Buster card though. But I can do so much like damage amp here. Is that what you said? I swear. I want to see the clip though, because I remember when I say it aloud, it sounds very like whack, but you can kind of hear it. It's so fucked up. That was pretty clever. Fuck it, we're going in. Who needs Buster cards? I don't. I mean, he's got all those defense downs. Maybe if I had the buff first, it'd be better, but nah. Oh, here's the clip. I really want to hear this. Green equal can nest CE. Well, the game is too loud. Blackbeard, shut the fuck up. Green equal can nest CE confirm. What? What are you even saying, chat? Yeah, I didn't notice it at all at the time. It took like forever. Chat's gone mad. Yeah, I thought Kiba had like typoed. Cause like some of the words make kind of sense for shit we talk about, right? And I was just like, what the fuck? I was like, is Kiba having a stroke? Is that the wrong clip? I mean, I can hear it there. I think it's a different one. Yeah, I heard it there. Yeah, I think that might be a different one. All right. Green playing this clip on stream should count. Absolutely not. I've always said, like, now that I've said it, I don't know if I'd fall for this or not. But back when I did account reviews kind of often, I could have gotten myself, right? I could have gotten myself where I would not have caught it. What you do is because a lot of people, when they would send in account reviews, the first picture would have like a lot of text, like, you know, giving some context and stuff, right? So what I would do is like, you know, have a hello streamer, blah, 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 right? And I would make it so the first letter of each row would spell out Canis, you know, the other two letters, right? And the second picture, and I'd make the sentences all pretty normal and whatnot, but in the second picture, I would just like red marker, you know, and like circle around those first letters to show it, and that would definitely count, I would say. So yeah, that's what I would have done back in the day. Got to be extra clever. Okay, we got to do some damage here. No need for that. Damn. So close. A lot of missed value here. Still big numbers, though. This would have been a better fight to solo, honestly. Like, do a neutral class. If I'd known it was this fight, I would have done that. Do like Percival or something. That'd be pretty legit. Sinnoh would wreck it. Get that double counter class for some reason. All right, Bond 8. There's no way. I'm not gonna get it in time. I mean, I could if I used that third-party program because I have thousands of apples, right? So I could force it that way. Guess it depends a bit on how quickly they roll out each grand. Song is definitely played more than once. I don't want to use Tesla. Got my main account right here.
Yeah, いらっしゃいだね、マスター君。地道にこ。
Da Vinci go to hell. Let's see. You can dual wield Aya now. Hey, Ace, dude. Thank you for the 57. I rarely see Ace's notifications. You have 2 of this now. That's really good. Oh, and lost. All the regulars subscribing. Let's see. Chat, I would be flabbergasted if somebody got me today because you all have brought up the Canis shenanigans so much. I'm on guard, you see. Yeah, there's a whole meta to this. Whoops. Nope. Fucking game. Where's the heal boost? There it is. Found the clip. Okay, let's see. Oh, wow, this is just... How did you find this on YouTube? I swear this is some kind of trick. Like, there's no... there's... Sometimes I'll put in, like, you know, timestamps, but this one's not. How could you possibly have found this? I question if this is real, because this is, like, beyond needle in a haystack. This is so annoying without a proper healer. Coder on the Berserk tile would absolutely shred, but I'm not confident we'd have enough people to attack to keep him alive. Random crest for Mr. Green. But can we nest see E-rank presence concealment? Wait. How did you find that? How the fuck did you and I can't, you have got to walk me through this process. I remember the stream being right before FGO free 5-star unit. I don't remember that at all. This is just a random VOD on my YouTube channel. 0 YouTube comments. Oh, shut the fuck up, Lost. It's stupid. Don't even. I resent that. But this is a random ass Arknight stream on the VOD channel, like with very few views, no YouTube comments, no timestamps, right? No fancy title. I guess I'll put a title on it after this stream is done, just so it's easier to find. But like, what the I cannot believe. And then how did you? It's a 3-hour 15-minute stream, and it's at the 1 hour. Kiba, I don't. This is not compute. Like, how are you sitting here and in that short of a time frame? How did you go through that VOD? I don't understand. Like, unless you got incredibly lucky, I just don't see how this is. How the hell this happened? My intellect is being why what? I imagine you're trying to say my intellect is beyond your understanding. But you said beings, and I'm worried that he's trying to get me again. So I'm just going to ignore that for a minute. Okay. Yeah, we'll just go with that. I gotta remember to change it back later. In the meantime, that is really good on Bazette, but we'll do that. And I need to. This is. It's so weird. This became really good for her, but this is like exactly what she wants. If that thing is level 100 and everything, it's very legit on her. It's so weird because up until her, I really never found a time to use that CE. But yeah, it is really good for her. I like when stuff like that happens, so it's all right, but it is very odd. I need to use Bazette more. I don't even know why I don't. Like, she's pretty cool and Ku related, so Canis would be fun here too. All right, yeah, man. I put Ku in my Lancer slot just because I know that's where people look for Lancers, right? They don't look in the all slot. All slot's pretty rarely checked, so. Oh, this song is so good. This is one of the best Arknight songs, I think. God, that's right. They added all those. Oh my God! Look at all these dead teams. These fuckers. Chat, you're running the music. I don't think Bazette is OP. She's only OP when comboed with the best supports in the game. Then she absolutely is OP. Like, she's like the best vehicle for if you have stats high enough to crush the boss, because she can do shit on her turn and then do shit on their turn, right? No one else can do that. But in a normal context, like if you're doing Bazette and then everything else is more free to play, she's not. I mean, she's fine, but it's nothing really. But when you do have buffs out the ass, she's such a good vehicle for the buffs. I'd argue she's like debatably the best vehicle for the buffs. But yeah, if you can't hit that critical mass of damage and NP gain and everything else, then I don't think she's that amazing. Like, she's still good. She's a good 5-star no matter what, but... I think you can get another copy of the On Death CE now. I forget. Probably should have given him the buff success chance command code. It can matter. Why do you have 4 level 1 copies of Gwaine? Because Gwaine coins. That is not even close to the weirdest thing. Like, he was just rated up a little while ago. And, yeah, I need Gwaine coins. Hell, I think I still need more. Dude, the level 75 units make total sense to me, alright? And they keep their nice silver border. And it puts them above all the other 70s so you can find them easily. And you know you like them. Just like grilling all that stuff to 92, right? Like, I am so about that. I have to smack Ace in the mouth here. Sorry. Let's see. It's actually a good time to NP. Just don't stun them both. Don't cast anything though. But yeah, I really have to stress this. Do not stun them both. You can stun one. Man, I have it set for this NP to be in slow-mo. You son of a bitch. Anyway, I have it set for that NP to be in slow-mo, but as a friend unit, it doesn't work. Well, I wasted my taunt. Now I'm angry. That's it, though? Come on, game. You disappoint me, game. This is nothing. Of course. There we go. I'm gonna use a 50% battery for 2%. It's only 30% crit. We are always stunning the wrong target. 35. God damn, Tesla's cool. He's the only other contender on my main account for Grand Archer. I am probably gonna do Billy, but yeah, the 3 archers I like is Gilgamesh, Billy, Tesla. But Gil's on the other account, so easy Grand over there. The levels actually aren't random. It's kind of hard to explain. But there's a lot of enemies that they kind of like enter into the database with certain values. And then they kind of like get stronger and weaker based on like the levels. Like there's several enemies like this you can see if you look on the FGO database, where you can tell they're just like copy pasting like a certain like tier of chimera that they've made, and they're just like adjusting the level. And that's why like a lot of enemies, you can fight like 3 chimeras sometimes. They're like, that's why their stats are slightly different and stuff like that. I did not prefer any of Tesla's old animations. Not at all. I think they're way better now, and he had the bobblehead and all that shit back then. I can't think of any old animations that were good. Like, from like, now after like Camelot and on, sure, right? Because then they started getting better. But like anything before Camelot, I don't think any of it was good. You know, to each their own. You can like whatever you like, but yeah, for me, it's not even just. I remember there was a guy that was really on about how Hercules' animation update wasn't good and his animations were better before, when he had the most generic stock day 1 animations. You know, they just generic leap in the air awkwardly like a mosaic, right? Pose and just, you know, smack. Like, I'm like, holy fuck, how the hell is. So confused by that. Now, people can like whatever they like, so it's not like it's a crime or anything. Some of the old poses I do agree with. Like Lancelot Berserker's pose does not work. They're trying to make him look like the Ascension art, and they did not. It did not work. He just looks like he's trying to be posh, which makes no sense. That one really did not work out. Beowulf's pretty cool. Got no craft essences or anything though. Let me see here. I mean, this isn't necessarily a very meaningful stage. Fuck it, generic Darius, no command codes. Beowulf does need better drip, or I don't know, some shoes. That would help. I doubt they fixed Saber at post switch. I highly doubt it. I haven't checked. I haven't used her in ages, but yeah, probably not. If only I had more buffs. Debuffed and then cleared. Get him. I actually think Artoria's gameplay is kind of fun now. Definitely prefer Mordred still, though. And Gwen. If I was an Artoria fan, though, I'd use her. I bet you plenty of people are gonna make her the Grand Saber. I think her and Arthur will get a decent amount, both. This guy really has played too much FGO. That's what happens to you. I'm one of them. Nice. Oh, hey, there's a Mordred fan right there. Oh, we almost killed them all. I really can't decide if I want to Grand Saber Mordred or Arthur, man. Like, Mordred's awesome, so that'd be really cool, and she's definitely stronger gameplay-wise. But, like, Arthur really fits the archetype perfectly. So tough. Wow, he didn't crit. That was so unsatisfying. Goddamn. Artoria did nothing wrong. Well, that's not correct. That's like, I love Mordred, but I would never say Mordred did nothing wrong. That's just fucking stupid. Now, I tell you who did nothing wrong. Guadia, chat. Korean server was the correct timeline. We're actually all in Lost Belts out here. You know who else did some stuff wrong? Artorias from Dark Souls. Just hit him out of left field and Grand Saber Gilles de Reyes. I don't think I can, because you have to be level 100, 10, 10, 10 and stuff. Let me see. I mean, I could grail him to 100. I've got the grails, but I get the feeling he's not 10, 10, 10. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he is. I do some weird shit in my time. Nope. Yeah, I didn't think so. Anytime I use Gilles de Reyes, I always use a friend's. Because, you know. Got that 10, 10, 10 Fergus, though. See, there's a second Billy I leveled. And he's 1-1-1 because I fucking hate dealing with that shit. I did get Robin to 10, 10, 10, though. And I got my 70 coup 10, 10, 10. Yep. Weird stuff in here. I mean, they're both at fault. Like, I think it's so delusional not to see that, right? Like, actually, if Morgan is, like, unquestionably the most at fault. And I don't, it's kind of like a shadow government pitting its people against each other. Like, somehow the conversation is always Mordred and Artoria, like, who's at fault, right? And somehow Morgan gets off scot-free, who is, like, unquestionably the biggest problem, right? Like, holy fuck. Oh, is this who's, wow. That is a weird list. And Muramasa is such a weird pick, because he didn't actually sell that well when he came out. And I guess this is a really weird sample size, like, wherever the votes come from, right? And there's not actually that many votes. So it's definitely a warped sample size, but yeah, Arthur and Artoria are on there. Oh, and Saber Alter, Jesus. Interesting. Yeah, I find Muramasa a little surprising. Because people hyped him like he was gonna be so popular, but he didn't sell really at all. Yeah, they're adding Grands in a little bit. You can, it's not, the way they've said it though is you can only use them in their grand state in certain content. right? So if you pick like Arthur to be your Grand Saber, he only gets the grand stuff in certain stages. Otherwise, he's just normal. And they haven't said a lot about how it's gonna work, but we know if they're if they've got their Bond CE, they can equip it for free, right? Like, so they can have another craft essence. So that in some cases that's huge, and in some cases it means nothing. Like, imagine, chat, if your favorite character is Hercules, that is a massive buff. Like, unbelievable how big that buff is, because now you can have his Bond CE and like K-scope or a damage CE or the Kenneth thing, right? That's crazy how strong those options are. But then if your favorite character is like Vanilla Antoinette, it's nothing changed. Nothing at all changed. And there's quite a few units like that where it'll have absolutely no meaningful impact at all. So I just started 079. Oh, the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Wouldn't happen if Jean would just follow orders. Yep. There's a lot of plot armor, let's be honest. So God, the original Gundam is a mess. Yeah, you can do aerial drive, right, and keep it simple. Yeah, we'll see what content they actually get to do. But yeah, anyway, back on point. Morgan is, literally the one trying to cause Camelot's downfall, and is also a horrible parent to Mordred. So yeah, a lot. It's really funny too, though, because although Morgan is weirdly a massive fucking failure, because although her objective was like, fucking over Artoria, it doesn't happen how she wants it to happen in any capacity, right? Morgan is not happy with how things play out. She doesn't win in the way she wanted to win. Like, everything she wanted to do with Mordred did not pan out at all. It was a complete mess. But she's still actively trying to cause, bad things to happen. So Morgan is 100% the biggest contributor to that bullshit. And obviously, Mordred did plenty of bad things. It was obviously. But, I mean, so does Artoria. I don't understand how people think Artoria is without blame. I just think it's, like, massive fucking, like, blinders on. Like, she does so many terrible decisions, like, non-stop. And then you have all these people like, no, this is a great decision. Uther wasn't exactly the best dad. The thing is that Uther is, like, Uther's not a good dad, but he wasn't trying to do evil things, right? I'm pretty sure in Fate, Morgan kind of just like withers away in her hatred over time after the fall. I don't think they go into huge details. I might be remembering wrong though. Some whoopsies? Yeah, some whoopsies. Like, oh, I don't know, giving your wife the green light to be with Lancelot. And then when it gets publicly discovered, you instead of exiling her or anything like that, you decide to execute her, right? Yeah, no problems there, right? Not only is that like a terrible thing to do, but like any idiot could have looked at that circumstance and been like, this is not going to play out very well. And oh, what a shock. It didn't play out very well. And then, like, I don't know how I've seen some really weird defenses of this. Like, people act like her treatment of Mordred is fine. No, it's not. Like, what are you, from both a moral standpoint and from a actual parent standpoint, and how the kingdom is going to play out, right? Terrible fucking decisions, right? And the whole thing is, like, Artoria is too, like, socially stupid, right, to, like, understand the ramifications of her actions, right? She's not actually trying to piss off Mordred, right? But she doesn't get it, right? She doesn't understand the dynamic at all. Because she doesn't, like, the whole thing about her not understanding people is true, which is, I don't know how people act like that's not the case. Has people not read Fate Stay Night, right? The original story that made all of this happen, because Fate Stay Night is very clear about like some of Artoria's issues. I mean, Lancelot going AWOL is probably the most predictable thing in the whole story. That's like the most predictable thing in the whole story. Mordred's pretty predictable too, but like Lancelot really is predictable. And it's like, it's so like fucked up, like how Artoria basically set Guinevere up to fail essentially. And the problem with like Artoria is she's not, her mindset at the time is not trying to do even what's right. It's what she thinks is the most like kingly thing to do and is like best for Camelot. Even if her prediction is wrong, that's what she always tries to do. And then that's not a very good way of doing it, and her prediction is wrong a lot of the time. Why would anyone think one dude could do that? Why would you not think? Have you read the story? Lancelot is literally the best knight Artoria has ever seen, right? Like, he is insanely skilled, and he is, you know, beyond in love with Guinevere, right? Like, how would you not see that coming? It's like, of course he's going to go AWOL, and she already knows and admits, you know, that he is like the best knight ever. There's a reason why Artoria cannot grab swords out of the air from Gate of Babylon, but Lancelot can, right? There's a reason for that. And like, Lancelot is her like direct subordinate, right? He's not like one of the random knights in the kingdom that she's never seen. Like, he's the knight that she has like the absolute most information on. And again, she was very in the know about, you know, all the Guinevere stuff. Well, Galahad's different because, you know, he was younger and, you know, he fucks off and all that stuff. But it's same thing though with Galahad. Like, if she did something that would be like ultra unchristian, which that she does, by the way. But you know, if she does something that's like not just like unchristian, but like spitting in the face of like Galahad's beliefs in like in a very, you know, bad way, it's not hard. If she turns herself into the kind of villain that, you know, Galahad would want to take down, it's not like a shock if he tried to take her down, right? Like that wouldn't, that's very bad leadership. No, it's not a Fate thing. It does vary a bit from story to story, right? There is no set canon for Arthurian legend, but it's actually extremely normal that Lancelot is the best, especially in the stories where Galahad doesn't exist. And he pretty much is always better than Arthur. It's a real staple of the Arthurian legend stories that multiple of the Knights of the Round are better than Arthur. And it's because Arthur's a king, you know, not a knight. A knight is, the sole purpose of a knight is to, you know, be good at combat and, you know, doing things, you know, go into combat. Where a king might do that sometimes, but that's, you know, they have a lot of other responsibilities. And Lancelot is also just built different, clearly. But actually, it's very normal in the actual stories that Lancelot is the best. It's not always Lancelot specifically. Like, normally, like I said, it's multiple Knights of the Round are better than Arthur. That's extremely common. Like, generally, the actual stories and Fate, and I think, you know, I know Arthurian legend quite well. I was really into it when I was younger. So a lot of the stuff that happened in Fate was just so normal to me, right? I wasn't, like, a lot of people have gotten angry about all kinds of stuff, but like, Gawain and Lancelot being stronger than Arthur, I was like, yeah, that's normal as fuck. Like, that was just to be expected. It'd be weird if it wasn't that way. And like, Galahad being like super busted, like, yep, that's how it is, right? These are not surprises. Right, these are just normal ass things. We don't talk about Tristan in these parts. Never been my favorite in any version. I tell you who I do like though is Percival and Boris, man. Those two are fucking awesome. And at least Percival got in, and they referenced a decent amount of his stuff, so that was nice. Yeah, I guess it is because Artoria's the protagonist, but that was kind of the point in some of the stories was, yeah, the people would, you know, the common folk of the time would think the king is the strongest, but it's like, no, the military people are the strongest, obviously. So yeah, I'm glad that was in the stories and stuff. But yeah, I guess the whole, you know, leader shtick. And the thing is, they did it again. They did it immediately again, right? In Fate Zero, right, which is the first, you know, addition to the series. They straight up say in Alexander the Great's character material that many of the guys that he summons are stronger than he is, right? Because they're war veterans. They get summoned as proper servants, so they have proper stats. They don't have their noble phantasms, but they get, you know, normal servant bodies, so they have good stats like strength, speed, and all that. And a lot of them are just like super war veterans that just fought all of the time. So obviously they're, you know, better combatants than Alexander was. So they were pretty. Fate did a pretty good job with that stuff. Right? For in the early days, they were pretty on it, I would say. Like, obviously, there's some dumb shit in early Fate too. I mean, oh my God, there's some dumb shit, but. What am I fighting? Ruler again. Been a lot of that. We need more Martha. Oh God, you have to bring that thing. But like, I think a lot of people just really like Artoria, and that's fine. But then they will accept no. You know, she has to be perfect. It's like talking about earlier about people liking a game or an anime or a movie or whatever, and acting like all criticism of it is invalid because it's silly. I found Artoria is like that the most. There's the most of that with Artoria. Although some of that's because she's also, you know, like the most popular character in the franchise. Although Gil gives her a real run for her money. But like, you know, I like Achilles a lot, and I would never say Achilles is flawless. Like, holy shit, no. And same for Gil. The whole point of like Gil's character is he starts off incredibly flawed, right? Like that is the purpose of the story, which somehow it's really crazy to me how many people, both outside of Fate and especially in Fate though, will completely miss the like fundamental point of some of these stories, right? Like the Epic of Gilgamesh, big time. It is insane to me how many people just have absolutely no idea what that story is about. Waver's kind of less popular though because he didn't really get in the game, you know, straight. It's like forever corrupted, so they kind of messed that up. They've plenty explored heroes being great but not necessarily good. They've done that a lot in Fate, I would say. I would say Gil has normally the opposite problem as Artoria. Not always, though. Sometimes he has the same problem as Artoria, but I'd say he has the opposite problem where people overlook the part of the story where he does become very wise, right? He goes from a piece of shit to like a very, very good ruler. Because like the story is promoting wisdom, by the way. That's like a really big part of it. But that's the thing, you know, he does become very wise at the end of the day. A lot of people miss that part. Dude, Nero is a whole different thing because the series itself has started to just like pander to the fan, you know, version of the character. So that her original character is basically lost, and I don't like Nero, but it's kind of a travesty what happened between Extra and now. Like if you like Nero from Extra, that character's pretty much dead. They might revisit it with the remake. I guess we'll see.
ひたすら面倒。あ、でもこれで全滅してくれれば結構楽。
No, it's not really that much about the gods at all, really. Like, the real meat of the Epic of Gilgamesh is like, you know, the snake skin part and the not sleeping with other people's wives part. You know, that was a big. I would actually say the gods are portrayed pretty negatively in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and you see this a lot in old religions and mythos, etc., however you want to put it. Like a lot of Greek mythology and stuff. It's more like the people. I think very clearly you can see in a lot of ancient stories that people are using the gods to explain the world as it is, right, as they see it. And because they see things like famine and, you know, spontaneous storms and disease, which they didn't understand at the time, and war and all these things, the gods were pretty much always portrayed as being very capricious, you know, in kind of douchebags, right? Very temperamental, right? That's why a storm just comes out of nowhere, right? And like one person does something bad and the gods punish everybody. And most old stuff that's just, you see that over and over and over and over. Like, it's like you fear the gods, but they're pretty consistently portrayed as bad, or just selfish pricks at best. And you know, it's kind of like you have to revere them, because you don't want to die, right? But yeah, they are pretty heavy-handed, I would say. A lot of the Babylonian stuff, Sumerian stuff, like Greek stuff. Yeah, they're pretty open about the gods being dicks. You don't start seeing more benevolent stuff until later. That's why a lot of Greek stories start with Zeus as an asshole. Yeah, it's true. I mean, not all of them. There are some, like, you know, there's no copyright and anyone can just make whatever story and different things got popular. There are some Greek stories where the gods are portrayed very benevolently, but they're, at least what survived to now, that's definitely in the minority. But to be fair, there's just a lot of unknowns because, like, we don't really understand what the hell is up with the Titans, right? Even in recent years, they made some new discoveries, and it's like, it seems that people in ancient Greece during the age of like Zeus and everything were still some people still worship the Titans, right? And they had temples in major cities that weren't getting torn down or anything, so it seemed to be okay. But it's like, why and like what were the stories? We don't know. It seems like before Zeus, though, for a good while, the people, you know, their religion was the Titans instead. And then as things changed, you know, it changed to the gods. But some of that, you know, Titan stuff lingered, but most of the Titan era stuff did not survive time, right? Like when the Titans were really being worshipped, that didn't really survive. So we don't really get it. There's a lot just missing. And because that's missing, though, you know, God knows what else is missing, even from like the you know, more Zeus era, if you will. I was gonna solo, but because I have to bring him, it's too much of a pain. Yeah, and a lot of stories, like, it's very complicated, right? There's no one reason people would make up these stories. It's, you know, it's a lot of times they wanted to promote good behavior, like treating your guests well and not being a traitor and shit like that. You know, it's a good way to get the people to behave, if you will. And sometimes it's just because sometimes stories were made by higher ups, right, and educated people, and sometimes they were just got popular by, you know, the common man. So there's all kinds of variety. You know, some of it's just trying to explain, you know, why is everything on fire, and some of it is, you know, population control, really. Oh yeah, we're definitely in hell right now. Fuck, if Canis had like a Pierce of Vulnerability craft essence, she could just absolutely dumpster this guy. But unfortunately, no. Click all this nonsense.
素晴らしい。ホーグ、イメージ悪いんだ。任せろ。
Arthurian Legend is fucking wild though, because it lasted so long. I mean, it's I mean, there's even interpretations of it still happening today, right? It's unreal how long it lasted, and it goes back so far, we don't know when it started, right? Although that's true for quite a few other things too, but especially with that one. Like, at least with Greek mythology, we don't know much about the Titans, but we kind of see the start of the gods. But with Arthurian Legend, we have no idea what the origin is. It just goes back way too fucking far. But it's up to a certain point, it's documented very well, right? Obviously, it's ancient origin, we got nothing. But once you start having like England and France and everything, then their additions to it and everything are documented pretty well. So you can see the evolution of it and the back and forth, and you know who had what ideas and why and what they were trying to say. So it goes from like total question marks up, and then you can actually follow it pretty well. But the thing is, it has no set canon, right? Arthurian Legend, like Greek mythology, it's a bunch of different stories and a lot of retellings of the same story with different takes on it. And in the modern era, you know, we kind of just pick certain versions of the story that we like and think work well, and we just go with that. But it is not set in stone. Like, the whole Mordred thing is all over the fucking place. Sometimes Mordred's not even in the damn story. And sometimes, in like some of the really old versions we found, Mordred is portrayed more good, right? But as time went on, definitely became more classically evil. And you know, Lancelot's portrayed in a few different ways between like England and France and everything. Oh, good point. There you go. That was a real mistake on my part, chat. Yeah, Morgan's not always evil. Morgan doesn't always exist. All kinds of stuff. God, the early versions of the Green Knight. Oh boy, I love the Green Knight, but some of the early versions of Green Knight are not. There's a story where Morgan's brilliant plan, which you're gonna be shocked, chat. This plan doesn't work. I know this is crazy, but Morgan's brilliant plan to disturb Camelot. In this version, like the Green Knight's her minion is like, or in cahoots with her, and she sends the Green Knight to court because he's like this ethereal being, right? And he can like survive cutting his head off. She sends him to Arthur's court to like, you know, go and, you know, like, hey, I got something to show y'all, and then cut his own head off and survive in order to traumatize Guinevere to death. Right? That's the plan. Doesn't work. Crazy. Yeah, not the best version. And that might be the version they use in Fate, because the we'll see though. Because they've talked about the Green Knight actually quite a bit in Fate, and they're definitely leaning into the Morgan connection, which is weird because like in his most famous story, there's absolutely no Morgan connection at all. And his second most famous story, there's absolutely no Morgan connection at all. So it's kind of weird to do that, but Morgan the genius, absolutely. Okay, well at least the invulnerability is gone. All right, not the best hand I ever saw. Surely she can kill though. Chat, Canis is really cool, but oh my god, her animations are so mid. Like this NP is mid as fuck. Concept's fine, execution not the best. Her extra attack is very good. Her extra attack is very good. Her close range quick attack is very good, and her art attacks are good. But then the meat of her kit, her NP and her Buster cards, not great. Very disappointing. Probably not gonna get an animation update because she's definitely in the more modern era. How much damage can we do? Unfortunate that we got that attack down.
この門を開くなら全ての望みを捨てねばならぬ絶望の交じりを溢れ出せ俺と地獄狂気の源である
I mean, I think Green Knight will still be like an ethereal being and all that, but more monstrous and connected to Morgan, because the voice lines and stuff they have about him are in line with that. And the sad thing is, this makes me so angry, because this was confirmed. They were going to use the Green Knight. He was going to be in Lost Belt 6. And Lost Belt 6 was originally going to be a lot more like classical Camelot, which that's what I wanted a lot. I'm really annoyed too, because all these people, when a lot of people like myself didn't like how Lost Belt 6 was so like what the fuck random nonsense, we're just like, well, why did you ever expect it? Like, why would you expect it to be more Camelot-y stuff when, I don't know, and all the hint keywords they gave about it were more classical Camelot stuff? That might be why. But not only was all the hints pointing to more classical Camelot stuff, it literally was written to be more classical Camelot-y, and then pretty late in its development, they swapped a lot of stuff around because Nasu was like, Morgan's too pretty to be evil, even though she was still evil, so good job. And he liked Oberyn's design too much, so they changed loads of shit to try to make Oberyn way more important, and to change like Morgan's role dramatically, and yeah, they made up a lot of bullshit. But yeah, originally it was going to be a lot Artoria was going to Saber Artoria was going to show up as the Grand Saber. Vortigern was going to be regular ass Vortigern at the end, a surprise final boss to like try to clean up how fucked up the Lost Belt was, and it was just going to be big dragon boy, all that good stuff. Oberyn was just going to be regular Oberyn. King Lot was going to get like possessed by the Green Knight and transform into him over time, and Gwaine was going to be there and have to fight him and stuff. That was the original shtick. And yeah, it sucks because they only got rid of Vortigern to just add Vortigern's role to Oberyn to make Oberyn more important, because they wanted him to have a bigger role, because he wasn't going to be used a lot, and he was probably going to be like used again later and be more important then. That's kind of what it seemed like. But yeah, Green Knight was going to be in, but yeah, he got cut with all the changes they made. Yeah, honestly, the like prototype Lost Belt 6, if you will, sounded a lot better than what we got to me. Now, I know a lot of people like Lost Belt 6, and you're allowed to like whatever you want, but I hated it, and the prototype version sounded so much better to me. We were going to get regular Morgan, right? I'm telling you, they broke the story, and people just don't remember. Like, they were building up to regular vanilla Morgan with like Tristan's interlude and stuff. And again, they said that they were going to use regular Morgan in the Lost Belt. And that's why all that... So I remember I saw a clip of George R.R. Martin talking about this. About like how you shouldn't change your original ideas because it fucks up all your like foreshadowing and like subtlety. So like if you originally were like, the butler was the murderer, right? And you've been like laying breadcrumbs for the butler being the murderer. If you suddenly change it to, oh, the chambermaid was the murderer, right? It's bad. That's bad writing. And I agree with him. That is bad writing. And that's unfortunately what they do a lot in Fate. Like Nasu is such a, like, I agree with Lost always saying he's a hack, right? Like he does like really dumb, like bad writing techniques that just fulfill like his stupid like fantasies and whatnot. And the thing is, I'm not angry at him for that. You know, it's his story. He can do whatever he wants, right? Like if he enjoys what he does, good for him, right? He's made a lot of, I have no hatred for the man. It's his, you know, it's his IP. It's his free time to write the stuff, right? He gets to do whatever the hell he wants. But I'm still gonna call a spade, and he does a lot of just fucking garbage writing techniques. He's so cart before the horse, and like he'll get like, you know, he wants a character to be important, so he'll just like fuck up the story to make that character important, and plot armor everywhere, and just, God, I hate it. Like I absolutely hate his writing style so much. He does make cool characters though. I do think he's a very good character writer. Like he makes good concepts for the characters and stuff. But yeah, I do not like his writing at all. Oh boy, OC3 was just way too much for me. They had overused extras so much at that point. I just could not believe that they were doing more of, and it was just the same fucking shit, dude. Oh my lord. But yeah, I definitely agree with George R.R. Martin on you can't just change things, you know, when you've already been going in X direction. And I think Lost Belt 6 is such a good example of that. Because they did set a lot of groundwork for what Lost Belt 6 was going to be. And then not all that stuff makes no sense anymore. Like Tristan's interlude and the keywords and all that stuff. None of it really makes any sense anymore. OC3 has oh my god, I don't even want to talk about it, dude. I really do not like that one. Black Grail Coup, why not? Get that almost 16k attack. I should really bring Mash because she gives you the 20%. And I need to bring her as much as possible. Like 20%'s no joke. This is a good song, man. Yeah, I do agree. Actually, the artists have too much control in FGO. That's a weird thing to say, but this is actually a pretty common problem. And actually, George R.R. Martin, I think, has this problem, right? When he was a less famous writer, you know, he had to heed his editor more. He had to, you know, put food on the table, so he had to get the damn book out. And as he's become a lot more famous, he has the freedom to not listen to his editor. And I mean, look what has happened. Now there hasn't been a book in 5 billion years where, you know, if he had less control, the book would be out by now. And you see this a lot. I think the Star Wars prequels are a good example of this. In the original Star Wars movies, George Lucas had to work within a lot of constraints. He had to take input from other people and stuff like that, and it was all a collaborative effort to make, you know, what we got. Where the prequels, Lucas has all control, and then, you know, there's some good things about the prequels, but there's plenty of bad, and a lot of that comes from, like, Lucas having too much control and not having to listen to anybody. Oh, yeah, Lost. Yeah, what Lost is saying. But yeah, I think that's definitely an issue with FGO. I think 100% it is. Because, like, as, you know, Fate's gotten more popular, it has definitely had increasing problems like this. Although I will say, I stand by this. Nasu was never a great writer. He was always a good character writer, but I don't think he was ever a good story writer. And I think a lot of these problems he's always had. And like, I don't think Fate Stay Night's that great of a story. You know, it's got a great premise. It's got a great fucking premise. Got some great characters. I mean, Kojiro, Kodamine. I mean, the cast is amazing. But I think the actual story of Fate Stay Night and a lot of the dialogue is so bad. I feel like good dialogue is really rare in the modern era. And I think that is kind of why some people hold up like things like Fate Stay Night and act like it's amazing, because there's just not a lot of reference points. Obviously, it's just my opinion, but I mean, whose other opinion would you expect to be coming out of my mouth? Arknights is so weird. Arknights is so fucking weird. First off, why are like most of the Gacha games, like, the story is a run-on sentence, right? What the hell, right? Like, why is, because that takes more time, by the way. Well, that's not always true. Actually, sometimes it takes a lot of time to say a lot with few words. That can actually take a lot of time. But the absolute insane volume of word vomit that is in like FGO and Arknights and so many others, right? Can we have some goddamn brevity? And so, like, for example, not trying to have brevity is difficult, right? Being precise is pretty difficult, and saying a lot with a few words is difficult. What's not difficult is doing like a more blockbustery brief story, right? Like Warhammer 40,000 books and stuff like that, or like Lost Belt 5 2, right? Like that kind of Hollywoody blockbuster kind of style is not too hard, right? So why don't we see more of that? Because that is so much shorter, and that's a way to do brevity without it being a huge pain in the ass to write. So why don't they do that more often? Because I think that's a good example of like why Warhammer 40,000 books are somewhat popular, is because it's just fun. It's not the deepest. It has some continuity issues occasionally. You know, it's very blockbustery, you know, roller coaster kind of stuff. You know, it's some cheap fun. But it is cheap fun, and it's in a cool universe with cool power armor and crazy aliens and, you know, all this neat stuff, right? So it's like even though it's a bit shallow, it's like you can really see why it's an enjoyable shallow, right? Where a lot of these fucking ongoing games, right, MMOs, gacha games, stuff like that, they just have these absolute word salad, endless, just blah, 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 blah. Oh my god. In Genshin's case, I at least understand it. They're using it to waste your time. That's why Genshin doesn't have story skip, is they're trying to make their patch cycle last longer. Right, so if they put out their big patch, you know, 5.5, and to buy time for 5.6, right, they want you to remain entertained. Why does that stage exist? Anyway, they want it to last, and a good way to waste hours and hours of your time is forcing you to listen to just endless dialogue about nothing, right? But in Arknights, I'm sure they have stats on this, like 90% of the player base skips. Like, everything, right? So you're not buying yourself any patch time with the blah, 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 right? That's not buying you any time at all. And I'm sure they know this at this point. So don't, like, Arknights is really bad about it. I mean, they get really wordy and just blah, 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 about just nothing, right? It's basically Genshin in text form. I mean, FGO is not any better, don't get me wrong, but I don't understand it. I do not understand. Like, I think with FGO, it's happening because Nasu has his head up his own ass. With Arknights, I have no idea. I really have no idea. Yeah, like I said, Genshin and games like that, they are doing it to bloat the runtime, absolutely. But that's not, there's no way that's the reason for Arknights, because everybody just skips the story, right? I think with FGO, it's like self-indulgent, and that's why it's like that way. But yeah, Arknights, I have no idea. Super weird to me. Double golden sumo, let's go. Everything about Veach was handled really poorly. Really, really poorly. Like, her story concluding in an event and all that stuff, and then bringing her back immediately, it's really bad. And then her backstory might be the worst. I don't know, there's some really dumb ones, like the nymph and everything with Van Gogh. That's all pretty stupid, but man, Vichu's story was really bad. And it just totally logical, because like the whole logic about, you know, the animals that have died to guns, and it's stupid because ultimately not that many animals died to guns, right? Like infinitely more of them died to environmental changes and shit like that. It's not even close. So like that was just, it sounded so uneducated. Like someone wrote that, they had no idea what they were talking about. Okay, well, I don't think Caesar's going to have a good time, although we have NP down, so. Really didn't need the defense up that turn because we might stun. He's got the crit. And he could have even more crit. Fuck it. I could have gilled NP'd and then had him refunded immediately. Yeah, I think Veach is such a lame character. I just, ugh. And I never liked Tam to begin with, so her being Tam-like doesn't help. Didn't stun, didn't break. That's unfortunate. 200% though. I mean, they claim, there was an interview I saw where they claim, like Nasu said that he knew about her backstory from the beginning and thought it was really cool, but I don't really believe that. Japanese devs lie a lot. Like, I'm not kidding, they really do. This is a kind of a thing in Japan where, like, when you want to explain why, like, you're not gonna say, oh yeah, we put this intrusive DRM in our game because we think it's gonna be piracy. They're not gonna say that. They're gonna say some other bullshit, like them not putting their visual novels on PC all of a sudden. What was not the bullshit, you know, screen nonsense Nasu was talking about. Like, it was literally them being afraid of piracy. Like, it's obvious as fuck. You know, Japan is very much like that in the business world. Like, you're just kind of expected to behave in a certain way and not say certain things. Like, holy hell, I saw Japanese devs talking about this, like, in the Japanese fighting game community, like, for the developers, they just, it was like just a thing where they just would not acknowledge, like, the existence of frame data, which is, like, such an objective thing. Like, obviously it exists, so they would never refer to it as such, and they would just use all this ridiculous terminology, and it's so stupid, dude. I mean, I do believe Nasu would think that backstory was cool. That's not the part I don't believe. It's the fact that that was the backstory to begin with. Veach's story is it's the perfect example of what they say and like what the writer thinks is not accurate to reality, right? Even anime reality, right? Like the way her character plays out and her motivations don't make sense. Yeah, Veach's like attitude and design and personality and stuff are so out of sync with all the meteor stuff. And then the meteor stuff, like, just why would this being born out of a meteor, right, get all on about animal rights and guns, right? Like, it's so like modern, like, vomit, dude. Yeah, I remember when that was like the current story, and I was just like, okay, well, this is dumb as hell. Total jump the shark moment. Surprised anyone bothers to go through that UI to set supports for this stage specifically. Like, that UI is so random and whack. And most people are not going to use it because you just go to the tab for whatever thing that you want, right? I don't get it. It's more altered OP nonsense here. Oh, you have to use MASH. Can I get away with bringing them? We'll see. Depends on how much of a real boss this is. At least she didn't actually become a proper beast. That would have been dumb. And then her showing up in Lost Belt 7 really was pointless, and there's so many better things they could have done than that. Yeah, I know that the MC is a really inconsistent character anyway, but yeah, the caring so much about MASH and all that opposed to all the other people that have been murdered, it's like, what the hell? Like, it's really hard to take. Like I enjoy the only aspects of FGO I really like, and this is why I just find it so funny that people like insult me for like not liking Lost Belt 6, but liking Lost Belt 5 too. The only aspects of that I really like about FGO are the blockbustery aspects. You know, the big stuff like, you know, Mars turning on Zeus. You know, that's awesome, right? Like Galahad finally being revealed and you know, finding out what his motivation is and stuff, right? That's the shit I actually care about. I do not care about your fucking essay about why Veach is giving guns to animals, okay? Like, I do not give a fuck. And a lot of the just, like, bullshit nonsense, like, God, Lost Belt 6, dude. It's such a, like, it is such a, like, mascot of the storytelling I despise, right? So much, like, wordage, so little being said, so much, like, filler crap. Like, all these side quests you go on that have no real purpose. It's just filling up the runtime, and just all this, like, made-up terminology and made-up stuff that's all of a sudden supposed to be really important that we've never heard of ever, right? And then it's never heard of again, right? It's like a Seinfeld episode, right? I absolutely detest it. And it's just all this weird crap and like making things, you know, not as you would expect from the legends and stuff. Like, I'm not a fan of that kind of stuff. Yeah, I like Lost Belt 5 too because it got to the point. It just got to the good stuff. Right, you just get into the fights and you get to see Demeter and what she's about, and then Zeus, and then, you know, all the Mars stuff, and you just bam, 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 right? And it has a few moments of, you know, trying to be a little bit more interesting, like with Wadim talking to Canis at the end and stuff like that, but doesn't overstay its welcome. There's not that much of that nonsense. All right, I guess NP time. 249. Let's see. Do that to make more stars. Yeah, thank God she got an animation update. She was in hell for quite a while there. Her sprite quality was atrocious. Oh, guarded the buff block. Surprised we didn't get more NP than that. Because we were critting on overgauge. Yeah, I used to be a lot more into the lore until they stopped taking themselves seriously, right? Like, they just trampled. There'd be so much cool stuff that they'd established, like Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night, and so on and so forth, or even early FGO, and then they would just throw it out the window to justify such a cheap, like, character moment that it's not gonna matter 5 minutes from now, right? Like, they just do it all the time. Like, Nasu wants the new waifu to be important, so you just fuck up everything. And I'm like, okay, if you're gonna treat this so flippantly, then, you know, I'm not gonna care either, right? And that's only fair. It's like you try, like, I've always felt like pretty early on in Fate, I always felt like they were trying to invite people to get really nerdy and D&D about the franchise, right? Because they put out character material books that gave very nerdy information about how the abilities work, to put numbers on like the ranks and stuff. Right, like actual like numerical values on things, and explain like this does this because of this, and it would interact with this thing this way, and you know, it was very much inviting you to get really nerdy about it. But then all that like nerdy information, all that like under the hood stuff that they would explain, like how Billy's abilities work, right? And all the stuff they say about Billy in his character material book, and then in Lost Belt, not Lost Belt, in America, right, the America Singularity, it just goes out the window. He dies in a way that makes absolutely no sense with what toolkit he has canonically. This does not sync up at all, right? Just total nonsense. And they would just do shit like that all the time, where things just would not actually match what was explained. So then it's like, okay, if you're just gonna do things in a really generic way, in like a seasonal anime kind of way, and nothing is gonna really make sense like canonically, then why even put out the character material books? Why should I even care? Like, if you're not going to respect the information you put out, then, you know, why in God's name am I going to do that? Also, Jalter is absolutely wrecking this. I don't even need Mash's crit here. Just so much death. I wish that Buster card was next turn, though. Yeah, a lot of DPZ logic in Fate. I wonder, chat, does Dragon Ball still have people that defend it to the death? Like, act like it's so well written and the lore is perfect and amazing? Because it just blows my mind when I look at these people in Fate that just act like this shit is the pinnacle of writing. I remember so straight-faced, dude. There was this guy, it was a YouTube video. This guy made a YouTube video about why there isn't and shouldn't be a story skip in Genshin. And like, the dude's being completely serious. And I remember in the video he said he thought Genshin Impact was one of, if not the best written story of all time. And I'm just, you know, I'm just like cycling through not only the modern stuff I like, but all of the greats throughout human history and all these amazing stories. And, you know, the Count of Monte Cristo. And I'm just like, what are you fucking talking about? And it's just like not, again, you can have your guilty pleasures, right? But I would never take any of like the guilty pleasures that I like and even consider putting them on that kind of pedestal, man. And when I see people do that with Fate, I'm just like, oh man, like talk about being lost in the sauce. Dude, Mash could do so much damage. Does she have a Buster card? She doesn't. Oh my god, look at all this shit she's got. That sucks. Oh, boss is double damage resist now. See, Angra could ignore that, but okay. Imagine having double damage resist and that happens. Yeah, Genshin has some cool bits. Some of the backstory and you know, lore of it is pretty interesting, but the execution is bad and the writing is it's the dialogue. The dialogue in Genshin is so painful to listen to. It's like so much like sentences being way longer than they need to be and people just randomly talking about stuff and going way too into detail about like they're in the middle of a situation. They're talking about like, you know, taxes or something. It's like, what are you doing? Right? It's just, oh man, not a fan. And you know, Paimon just being a parrot all the time and like reminding you of something you learned 5 seconds ago and then doing it again. It's just, yeah, oh man, not about it. I kind of wish I was fighting these fights more seriously. Like that stage, if I play it like I just did, you know, use Jalter and use my Waver and all, well, of course it's a joke. But if I soloed that or did low stars, that'd be a fun little fight. The reason I'm not doing that is because I want to get caught up on the ult account. So if they do the Grand Saber thing, I can actually stream it on the ult account if I'm making videos on the main, right? And the finale and everything else. So I really need the ult account to catch up. We will have some fun though with like Lilith and whatnot. But yeah, I just got to get a lot of this crap out of the way. Yeah, I know Storial was a lot better at the beginning, but what I've looked at as time has gone on, it's become more and more like the rest of it. Oh, I really do hate it. Thankfully, every once in a while, though, we still get indie games or like, you know, AA games or single A games that are quite good. You know, I'm very much looking forward to Vandictus, right? That network test was peak. And FromSoft with all their flaws, like, holy fuck, dude. Like, obviously, I'm not a big fan of like a lot of the boss philosophy and how they did a lot of stuff in Elden Ring and like the obtuse map layout and everything. I'm really not a fan. But I will play FromSoft games any day over just a lot of this other schlock that's coming out. Yeah, people keep saying that 33 game is good. I'll probably play it when it's cheaper. I don't know much about it. I don't really want to know a lot about it. Like I've not actually sat down and really watched gameplay of it. I've seen the aesthetic, and the aesthetic was not really to my liking. But I know it's kind of like Paper Mario turn-based stuff. But I don't really know the depth of like the mini games that you're actually playing and stuff. Paper Mario was awesome, actually. I really liked that. Like at least 1,000 Years Door. I know the other ones weren't as good, but But like that kind of like turn-based, but you have some interactivity, I like. Actually, the more interactivity, the better, as far as I see it. FGO, what? Yeah, I know, we've been playing it for 4 hours. Trying to get the ult account caught up. We're getting there. I swear, Poi always gets on when I'm like about done. Like, I'm so tired now. I've been streaming for so long. Indie devs are good, and there's a lot of like, you know, single A devs, if you will. You know, they've got a budget and stuff, but they're not like big developers. You know, because like Lords of the Fallen, for example, that, you know, they've really turned that franchise around. They've made it a lot better. So I'm really excited to see what they make next. You got you know, Vandictus coming out. You got FromSoft, you know, with Elden Ring and all these other games they're making. You know, I'm looking forward to that stuff. EDF, Earth Defense Force. I love those games so fucking much. Those are like B developers. They're not really indie, but they're definitely not like big devs by any means. Games like Relink, right? That was really fun. Do I need Waver's attack buff? We're in P5, so I'm gonna hope no. I can target switch here too if need be. You can definitely do 38k. SMT has never like super appealed to me. I don't really like the really vanilla like turn-based games like that generally. There's some exceptions, but I never liked the designs much either. That was a really big part of it. I mean, maybe in future. Yeah, I'm in a very transitional period in my life right now. But you know, as time goes on, I'll probably have more time to stick around with stuff. And this, I will say, this is one like real sadness. Overall, I'm actually much happier that I'm not like trying to grow my stream, or, you know, I'm a much smaller streamer than I used to be, and I'm actually so happy about that. Really trying to like focus on that stuff is not fun. It really isn't. But one downside, because I didn't quite, I got to a decent size, but I didn't quite make it to the size I think I needed to like, how do I put this? So generally when streamers kind of make it, if you will, then they kind of go on a victory lap, if you will, because they have enough of an audience that will watch them no matter what they play. They don't have to play a specific game. They'll play kind of all the big name games that they've never played before, like Devil May Cry, Dark Souls, you know, the list just goes on and on. But in order to do that and have enough of an audience for it to be enjoyable, you have to make it to a certain size, right? And we didn't quite make it to that size. Because like if I play something truly random that like most of my audience is not that interested in, no one is going to say anything in chat like almost the entire stream. Right, and that's just that. At that point, there's no point. Then you should just play it off stream and do it in your own time. Like if you're not actually entertaining people, why the hell are you streaming? Let's see. Well, we got double buster crit. What can I do here? I think I'm only gonna be able to kill one. I don't see how I could pause it. Well, if he hits harder than I'm thinking, I guess we'll see. Nope. That was pretty much what I was expecting. You have less people saying stupid things? Very true. I mean, overall, I enjoy being a smaller streamer. It's not even close. And like, I can just like deal with other things that I want to do in life, like in real life or something, right? And like a week, and who gives a shit, right? It's fine. And that's, it's nice. But it does make it harder if you do want to like try random bullshit. But I should play more random bull. Honestly, this is a big part of why I haven't played more random bullshit. Is I'm a lot more active in real life now. I just do a lot of stuff, and a lot of the times when I get home and I'm freer to stream, I am exhausted. Right? And it's not like I don't want to stream, but it's a very enjoyable thing to do, but it is mentally taxing, right? And so a lot of times when I get home and I'm pooped, I either just want to do my own thing, read a book or play a game on my own time or watch something or exercise or whatever I want to do. I'd either rather do that, or I just want to play something that's kind of like the norm, if you will, right? Like Arc Knights is kind of like the go-to thing. Like I want to stream, I want to say hi to everybody, I want to see what, you know, Gazmog and everybody's up to, but I'm like, I don't want to learn a new game. I don't want to, you know, and I love learning new games and I love trying new things, but sometimes you don't have the energy to do that. And that's been a lot of the days recently, because I've been, you know, trying to meet new people, do new things, try a lot of new things in real life, and you know, it's just taxing. I'm not like upset or anything. It's just, it's hard. I don't really have the time to work it in. That really is kind of what it boils down to. But you know, as things settle more and whatnot, I'll probably have more time to try new things. I mean, I'm never gonna have a stream schedule. That's exactly what I don't want. I don't know how you could not see that from everything I just said. And like, I'm at a point in my life now where, I mean, online shit is in no way ever going to take priority over anything in my real life. That is just no shot. You know, it's not my job anymore. Power wash simulator. I have a power washer in real life, and I know how to use them, so I could figure out how accurate it is. God, that Kingdom Hearts 2 stream we did, I was not a fan of that game. I might play that again at some point, just because, you know, it is kind of those games, you know, I'm sure chat wants to see my reaction to this, that, and the other, but man, it was so floaty, and just the layout of everything was just, oh man, that was, and I hated the cast, and everyone, you want to talk about like the writing style I don't like, you know, in Arc Knights and FGO and everything, that was all over that game. They were just yapping and just making up all this bullshit terminology, and I'm like, can you just get to the point? Like, and what I always don't like is people always act like these stories are so deep and amazing and intricate. They're stupid as fuck. Like, the intricacy comes from like technicalities, not what the story's actually about. Right? I guarantee you, if I forced myself to get really into Kingdom Hearts, because every time I ask someone about Kingdom Hearts, they always act like the story's too complicated to explain. I guarantee you it's not. I guarantee you it's not. Like, basically every story ever told, if you cut out the technical bullshit that they just make up and all that nonsense, and you get down to the motivation of, you know, they are not that complicated, right? Like, never, right? People just get hung up on like these dumb like contrivances, right? Convolution, right? Not the actual meat of it. Yeah, it's not complicated, it's convoluted. That's the perfect way of putting it. I've all these anime games and fucking bullshit, I've never found, every time they're like, oh, it's so complicated, they're never complicated. And even like Dark Souls is not complicated, right? It's complicated if you want to get into the nuance, but it's God man scared of losing his era and new era coming in, and does a lot of stupid shit because old man's scared. That's the story. That's it. That is the story. Anyone that knows Dark Souls cannot deny that is the heart of it. There's a bunch of, you know, extra bullshit tacked onto it, and like the story of the knights around him, and you know what different factions did and everything. But that's the meat of the story, you know. And like the metaphor stuff, it's Dark Souls is about life, right? It's about mortality, life, and all that kind of stuff. And then the meat of that, you know, the actual story is Gwyn scarred of Age of Dark and wants to prolong the age of you know, fire, even would sacrifice himself to do it, right? Like that's it. That's the story. There you go. We're done. And most stories I find are very much like that. Okay. I need to wrap up. I'm getting real hungry. My stomach be growling, and I think that that'll have to be it for tonight, chat. We made it to chapter 14. That's decent, right? I'm pretty sure the good stuff is in like chapter like 20-ish and on. So we made decent headway. I'll probably do a chunk of it off stream as well when I get the chance. Because I really just need to stream the ending bit, right? The stuff with Lilith and Galahad is the only fucking part that anyone cares about. So yeah, we'll stream that. I'll tell you what though, real quick. I don't know if is this the first or the second fight with her? Because I have no idea. I don't remember if this account ever did the original fight with her, or if this is the second one. Because the second one's quite vanilla, but the third one's the big raid one. So this is either the first or the second one, and I don't know. That's the second one. Okay, at least I don't have the first. They're both filler, but like the first one was super filler. Really at this point, it's still fun, I guess, but there's not too much to catch up with on that. Man, I haven't done like anything on my ult account when it comes to this stuff. Like, look at all these nodes that are just never been done even once. Like even the free quests, they're just everywhere. Probably Blackbeard. I think, let me see how many Gwaine coins I've got. I know I'm like close. I mean, there's a lot of passives. Can they just fucking tell you? Why do they have to make everything so annoying?
Yeah. いらっしゃいだね、マスターくん。地道。
So he needs to be grailed 2 more times. That's 60 coins. Okay, I don't even remember what his thing is. It's probably Saber. Could be Berserker, but it's probably Saber. So I got 1 passive, so then I still need Gwaine copies then. Hold on, let me... I did want to save some of my rolls because I want to get Proto Coup, but I assume you can still randomly get Proto Coup. But yeah, I really do want to get Gwaine. He's our first 120 over here. I like Gwaine, but he's absolutely not like top 5 favorite character. The reason he's my first 120 over here is because I like his gameplay and I want to see how far the Ooga Booga can go with his toolkit. That is absolutely why. Okay, is that the only one he's rated up in? I would, because I don't like Saber Nero at all. Like Nero Bride, it's so low on my list. It's one of the the lowest of the low. I would be so much happier with almost every. Okay, I don't like Ibuki either. I hate that art style so fucking much. Yeah, there's so many 4 stars. I can't really imagine that he got rated up more than once. Because yeah, there's a lot of 4 stars to go around for Saber. Damn, that sucks. There's a lot of the 5 stars here I would be like okay with, you know, grabbing a copy of. I like how if you're a Lancelot or Rama fan, you get fucked, because I'm guessing there's more 4 stars than 5 stars. So that's why it's like that. All right, so I think you get, oh god, I need a lot of copies. This is gonna hurt. But if I get Proto Coup coins out of it, I wonder if you can only get 3-star sabers though, because that would be bad. Okay, no, you can get other stuff, thank god. Because yeah, that would suck, because I need Proto Coup coins. And I wouldn't mind regular Coup coins too. Oh, okay, there we go. Let me see how many coins that is. Only 50. Oh, lord. Oh, boy. They make this shit burn, dude. I mean, I can get Gwaine to another bond. He's not bond 15. And I think he's kind of close to a bond up, maybe. Not a single Proto Coup here. I like how I've gotten that new caster dude twice, but I can't get Proto. Damn it. Well, we'll keep getting Deer Mid. That's the wrong Lancer. I do like Deer Mid, but I've got him 10-10-10 and all that on the main, so I'm probably not going to use him over here. Random K-scope. Holy fuck, this is not going well. Not a single Proto Coup. And only 1 Gwaine. That's chat on a bad day. Someone said they liked this art, and I'm just gonna say it because I'm being truthful. I don't like this art. I don't really like that kind of whimsical look, generally speaking. I don't think it's bad, to be clear, right? It's obviously drawn well, right? So I respect it, but I don't like it. Like, for example, I don't really like this either. Okay, I think we may have to stop there because we're getting wrecked. That's 100 Gwain coins, so solid. $700K. Oh boy. Chat, I'm gonna blow your minds. I was never a fan of whimsical things. I'm just gonna remind everyone, for my 5 Gundam fans, my favorite mobile suit is Leo. And if you know what that looks like, that is not very whimsical, right? I have always been that way. So yeah, I don't like whimsical stories. I don't like whimsical art. Not about it. I do not like Infinity Nikki. You are not gaslighting me into thinking that game is good. I do like Grays, but I like Leo way more than Grays. It's not close. Especially when Leo's animated properly. Like, some of it's like filler art doesn't look so hot, but like an Endless Waltz, you know, it's animated really properly, and man, I love that thing. Like, I just love it to death. But I do like Grays a lot. Like, Grays is a really, and I like how it's got an axe, right? That's really cool. I really do like Grays. I would love them to make Gundam Battle Operation 3. Because I love Gundam Battle Operation 2, but the networking is shit. I mean, the game is like almost completely unplayable because the multiplayer networking is so bad. And it's like 99% just UC. But it has a lot of grunts, right? In a lot of the game modes, you only play grunts. It's grunts versus grunts for a lot of it. And if you don't want to play with like the fancier stuff, you don't have to ever, and you can just enjoy the grunts and fight other people playing grunts, and it's great. So I would love a Battle Op 3. That the gameplay is slightly faster than Battle Op 2, but not a lot. You really don't need to speed it up a little bit. But make it slightly faster, have good multiplayer for God's sakes, and then let the other universes in, right? Because right now they only add in like the most popular suits from other universes, like Wing Zero and Freedom Gundam and crap like that. But I want them to make a proper Battle Op 3, and you've got Grays and Leo and all that shit. Because I would play Grays in a game like that, right? Because Battle Op 2 is a game I really like. And being able to play a Grays in a game like that, I would love that. You know, do some machine gun pew pew and smack someone in the face with an axe. Like, hell yes, I'm totally down for that. I mean, Bandai is not the best, but Bandai has made better multiplayer than Battle Op 2. Battle Op 2 is one of the worst multiplayer setups I've ever seen in my life. And that is saying something because I play Dark Souls. But yeah, Battle Op 2 is exceptionally bad. So Battle Op 3 is almost guaranteed to be at least a bit better. So you just gotta actually make the damn thing. No Windmill Gundam 0 out of 10, I know, right? Windmill Gundam is in almost none of the games. That new Gacha game they put out is one of the only games that he's actually in. Like, the single player version that Gacha game is based on is overall a much better game. It's actually quite good, I would say. But it doesn't have Windmill Gundam. It's not in, so it normally isn't. Where is Gundam Tequila? They're probably going to add that in the Gacha if that game does well enough. It'll probably happen. So it's mid? Yeah, apparently. I'll play more of that game at some point. You know, it's not going anywhere, I don't think. So, anyways, boys, we will raid Cairo. Yeah, some people love the ball. But, probably see you all tomorrow. I don't think there'd be any problem with that. We'll see. But, yeah, take care, everybody. And remember that Fate Stay Night is not written well.